can you hear me? We got them all on here. We're making shit work. It's what I do. I save streams from disasters. Apparently, is what I do.
Hang on, let me go back. Let me fix that. Oh, I'm gonna do this too.
And then,
I'll do this as well.
Well,
I think I'm going to stream later. It's all good, man. It's all good if everyone wants to go to another stream. Let's see.
I understand.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Level 33. I have it right here. I'll do this. I'll copy this. I'll paste it. I'll paste it multiple times. I'll want to be a Derek and spam the chat with it.
Do it.
1. 2. I'm going to go straight to redirecting. And yeah, because it's waiting on that to say anything. Well, let's try this. Veega redirect. There it is. Okay, everyone's going to go over there. So yeah, in stream. Okay, bye. We're going over that one.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pause all my notifications. So those are all paused now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Here. We're queer.
Everyone's been
get used to it.
And 5.
Yep, everyone's being redirected over there. Okay, we're all good. Okay,
that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were
set
different
now. Hold on.
sizes.
I'm going to make sure that my Discord's open on my end, and also his chat's open. I'll get rid of that. I'll go here, and I'll go back to Nicole and watch stream. And, yep, fixed.
We're good?
All good.
Vigs?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Hold on. I am Siam. So I heard rechecked audio levels. Yeah. By the way, Dr. Detractor, yes, that is as I understand it how it is being done. We're sharing everything. If I'm misspeaking, of course, Veega, you can keep it all. I don't really care. What's hot? Am I hot? Veega hot, or is Rebsi hot, or is the stream hot?
And they had different hitbox.
I was too loud, but I'm going to fix myself. So
okay. So Discord
mic check.
Veega is a tad loud. Okay, gotcha.
I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Veega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005, is that he touts his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Veega. And he knew a few things about Veega that I didn't about the mirror match. And just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me. And I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage. I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people. And I was, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me. And so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
Yep. DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess.
Oh no, that's where it began.
Him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment, like, oh my god, this is a guy who just came back from EVO and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend.
Oh my.
They shared an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment.
Ew.
He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006. Now on unemployment, DSP's financial decisions became ever more reckless.
for 2006 and 2007, I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at EVO East 2006.
I don't really hear a whole lot of people cheering for him except himself.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was Phil,
As
yeah.
neat as his victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who he beat and put them into the spots, because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
Oh my god.
These victories inflated his ego beyond measure and created an even more aggressive Phil.
First of all, you are fucking hypocrite, because you have no problem. You have no problem talking about my shit.
I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass.
Oh no,
you
it's
whoop my
this.
fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
I ain't never heard
DSP
this.
continued to seek out physical
I've heard
altercation,
that.
and in most cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he
low?
miscalculated and threatened someone who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was
Viscount.
lambasted by DSP.
Okay, I bumped me a little bit.
So first, Phil was like, okay, well, you have to sign some document, because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible.
Oh
and
my-
I was like,
I-
whatever.
I heard
Then,
about
there
this.
was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then, there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight, and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day, Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. It'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like,
Did you not know this? Did you not know this?
I think that Ditsy Scrolls covered this. I forgot this happened.
Yeah. He is.
The whole,
Yeah, he is.
the whole
Eric,
question, the whole fight that did happen, but this I didn't know.
yeah, he is the Eric Cartman. When he pissed off Wendy, can we get Wendy? Can we make this go away, please? I do not want to fight you. I am seriously.
are you fucking
That's
kidding me?
essentially what this
I honestly
is.
couldn't
Yep.
believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote. When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil. But when it came to
Yep.
Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow,
Oh no,
Phil,
Texas.
how you feel about FT?
I'm surprised he's not chewing his fingernails.
I mean,
Same.
for years these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi, I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make
Oh my.
excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank
Sway.
you. Check out the
Take
shirt.
this, bitch!
Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
Damn! Sick burn.
Leave
Damn.
him alone. He's already dead. Oh my god.
That's what this looks like. Yeah.
Oh my god.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
First match, finally.
Yeah, by the way, Greg of the Lake printed that shirt at the mall, but couldn't print a Philomania shirt. No. We had to take black Sharpie to off yellow, like fucking road flare shirt to rip open and then, cut the neck. But we could afford shit back then.
Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle.
Well, then again, he
I'm like,
couldn't
oh,
because
great.
of credit
It was
cards.
a decent match.
Yeah,
I
that's
lost.
true.
And I was like, motherfucker, all this practice, I waited all day. Basically, it mind-fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle, and I lose.
Says you're a scrub.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now, this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage, a mirror match with Veega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first 2 matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
Topical.
DSP did not even place in the top 8. He was now the former top American player, but if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East. Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Yeah, sorry for having to redirect, guys.
Opening down for Japan. David Sterling, 1 match. DSP, 1 match.
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah blah blah. And he just didn't even want to face this. Like, he just kept on like cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude, like, what the fuck's your problem? And you know, Watson is a forgiving guy, so he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. But and he's like, well, I don't understand then.
I haven't heard
why
this.
did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted it to him right there. I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink.
Hold on. Really quick. So, okay, the reason behind this story, he was doing the Down the Rabbit Hole with a Frederick Knudsen video, and he was retelling the story.
Oh, no.
And that's exactly how the story took place. He's like, you gotta hit me. Dude, I'm alcoholic. That's it was his excuse.
That never gets old.
What were you gonna make a counter of? You said you were gonna make a counter for something.
Oh, no, it was for Corner Demons. That was on my end, but we're all good now, so let's continue.
Okay. Hold on then, because I'm seeing in chat people are like, hey, give me this.
No, there's no Corner Demons now. There's no Corner Demons.
Oh, okay.
The time, and I just can't control myself when I do it. And at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
Oh.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people, where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up? I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
that was pretty funny.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Actually, I take that back. I think Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business, so DSP's work experience nor his educational background was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism.
Bingo!
Yep. There was an additional...
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's because of nepotism, because that's his dad got him that job.
Yep.
So that was the whole thing with it, though. So it's like, yeah, guys, you got... My son's a little bit slow, but I really want him to have this job because he's a failure at home.
It's a diversity hire. You're hiring the mentally handicapped.
That's what it looks like to me.
That DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even
I love the
understand.
shadow.
Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first fortune that I got, well, my fortune that I got that day said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay,
who keeps these?
You're not going to edit this video? Just going to post them as is with a 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit? It took 2 days, actually, off of work just to play Batman Arkham Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman! Oh!
The Dark Side Phil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment 4 Day 1 Setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
at least I got all this fucking high-definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horseshit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos.
Okay, not the first guy, but he was in the market when the market was tight. You know,
exactly.
But well, then again, though, Let's Plays were kind of hard to come by nowadays because you would always have like something awful, like different forum posts that would have Let's Plays on there.
Right.
And a good.
Go ahead.
But going into the YouTube crowd, like going onto YouTube and being like the first videos, yeah, fine. We could say that he's one of the first, like one of the early ones, but not the first.
Right, for sure.
Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a project whose content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god,
that's fucking terrible.
It is.
Okay, Saints Row 2, trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did come—
I love the fact that the auto-close captioning is capturing Phil as fail.
But then again, the way that Joon is saying Phil is also fail.
I know. I know.
Himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary. The sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading.
Yes.
If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series.
Say that again, Rebsi?
Was this the same Let's Play that he was playing completely drunk?
Oh, yeah. I don't remember when those are, but hey, I know about that, and it's always a bad time. You shouldn't do that.
Series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos.
Jesus.
This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos. They are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as
But
a
remember,
person.
people like
Quote,
him.
"Fucking
Oh,
you.
yeah.
You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote. Phil's
Suck
commentary
my
was
lick. What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know. That is my new go-to insult though.
Yeah.
Suck my lick.
Suck my
I didn't think they were trying to say suck my dick, but they were so pissed off. They're like, suck my lick.
colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh, look. Blah, blah, blah. You cannot speak any English, you stupid.
Oh my
god.
Oh!
Time for save.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character,
What
though the
ethnicity
Street
is
Fighter
Joon
community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
I cut out the best part of why he got disqualified.
Which was?
It was like, yeah, DSP stop recording. He's like, if he says that one more time, I'll fucking punch him in the face. DSP stop. They forgot that part.
Why?
Maybe it would be a call to incite violence, and therefore
Maybe-
would be
yeah,
a
maybe it's too
takedown.
much.
A takedown reason.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably.
it'd be too much for YouTube's policies.
Could be.
Now, in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money. A lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me to in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum. So
normally I'd be spamming the ever-living shit out of my soundboard, but since we're reacting to it, I decided not to. However, I did want to go ahead and say we did hit the emergency tier 0 tips goal for the stream yet again. Thank you, Veega, for stressing me out on whether or not we would hit that. Greatly appreciated.
As these
I did
suggestions
nothing wrong.
You did everything correct.
to how he can
But
improve
here's the
his
funny thing, though. It's like, at the time, there was a capture card. Yeah, it would cost almost the same amount as a fucking camcorder.
Oh yeah, straight up. And what kills me is that he doesn't look at ratings, he looks at cost. I swear to God, he looks at cost and says, "Oh look, this is more expensive, so that means it's better."
videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
this guy just wants to be my friend, so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's going to happen. So shut your fucking face.
Jesus.
As what we understood was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the King of Hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, what's going on? My name is Phil Brunel, but more commonly known as Darkside Phil, or DSP for short on the internet, and in 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time on YouTube.
Did he just refer to himself as a comedian?
Apparently YouTube did.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
and actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, you know, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me, or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah. What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza?
Literally no one cares.
So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here, devouring his final slice. No. Hell bugger, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world, and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos, like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Jesus Christ, is that like post-production audio?
Yep.
I didn't know he did that.
Yeah, he did. Like, he would do, like, post-commentary, and he'll just, like, do a voiceover and then add it to the video. You know, where he actually tried to use effort.
Yeah, back in the KO gaming days.
Wow.
Operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
He still is.
Me, don't attack those fucking rad scorpions, just follow me.
Red has died.
What? Red has died. She didn't even get fucking hit. No,
go back
dead.
for more.
Nope.
What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for its shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained... They both come in here.
Jesus.
Skip.
Hey!
Get out of here! What the fuck you doing?
A viewer may have missed it, as Phil did, through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
Why the fuck are they attacking me? I don't get it. Why are they attacking me?
Why?
I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
You provoked them.
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
My Xbox locked up.
Hey! Big up the butthead.
You're doing it. Standing fucking roundhouse. Shit fucking...
How did I not know about this video?
It's a good video.
It's a good one.
This stupid fucking mission.
Butthead will always update it.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to
updating
experiment.
it recently. Oh, go ahead.
No, just say that again.
Fun fact, he slammed his controller in the table so hard it left a dent on it. The table.
Another one when he was playing, what was it, Lords of Shadow, he slammed it so hard that he made the left stick move.
Oh my god.
And it was like going back and forth. He's like, oh yeah, that's great. Stop that.
You can't make this shit up.
Adapt and improve.
I think he said it was like during God of War 3, I believe.
Oh, I think I remember seeing that actually.
We need to show him that video at the end.
SP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess. By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub, loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless, but I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this.
Not sure about that.
Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he's just... 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Yeah, the whole thing with that. Oh
right.
No, not the shirt.
That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back. That's right. As you can see,
he came
thank
back in
God,
2024, but he
my
never
channel,
left.
Darkside Phil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSP Gaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What am I going to do? I'm going to whip up a couple of express mode bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate than his gaming videos or even vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that the series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot. Or using a cookbook. And
pre-made shit.
Was me showing you things that I cooked, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and
How can you tell me he does not fuck up scrambled eggs?
Gooey.
No, he didn't. Yeah, but the way he cracked the egg is kind of blasphemous, in my opinion.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
I'm also going to make some
He poured bacon grease down. Never mind.
Sausage. So I'm going to whip together some
that was
burgers,
for the first video.
The eggs and the cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish. Although in this episode, we're actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous
Is that canned tuna?
Yeah,
Yes.
canned tuna, and that's Miracle Whip, and you want another 1 cup. 1 big cup of it.
Are those pickles?
Yes.
Also, I'm not sort of going to show this, but he did take half of beef and throw it in the trash. Didn't bother saving it. Didn't bother putting it in the fridge. Just took half of the ground beef and just chucked it in the trash.
He chucked half a pound of ground beef into the trash.
It was more like a third, but he still wasted it. And yet, I love how I didn't even know about it. The whole thing was like calling people waste of meat, and then I saw that video. He's chucking that into the trash. I was like, Jesus Christ!
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct legally.
recipe, simply because a lot of people have been complaining. And
wait, this isn't eggs he's making now, right? He's probably making like tuna salad, right? Please tell me.
This was tuna fish. This was tuna fish.
Okay.
I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat things that might be
hang on.
Go with it.
What he ended up doing with this, he put it in a panini press.
No.
Yeah. Like he was he put it on this bread, pressed it into the panini, and he like looks at it, it's like, it's slipping off. It's like, well, no shit.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Also, he used a Sorry. He used a metal spatula on a non-stick coating pan, which you cannot
the Teflon
use.
flakes, yes.
Yes.
I remember you season your eggs with Teflon flakes.
Because long story short, Teflon will get in the pan, Teflon gets to the food, and you get Teflon flu or Teflon poisoning. People call him out. And how DSP respond? Calling people whiners in the chat.
Hey, he's just a heavy metal fan. Just the heavy metal, he eats it. That's just what he does.
People just shut up and don't eat it.
Yes.
You should use a half a cup of mayonnaise.
Oh, he's showing it.
Those were the following 4 poorly cooking with the king videos. Besides Phil's poor diet, that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways.
There it is.
Viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Anything to do with bacon grease.
Listen to that sizzle.
Oh my god.
Fucking potatoes.
Scrutinous viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house,
You know,
etc.
I have an idea. What? Okay. You know why? You know how he says that his toilet's broken? What if he was pouring bacon grease down the toilet still?
No.
Oh my god. What if he was?
That would have made so much sense.
Oh my god. What? Well, I mean, look, I've unclogged a toilet or two, you know. Everybody's eaten Chipotle, you know, followed by Taco Bell. It happens. But, you know, you plunge it and it goes away. What I don't understand, I've never understood how his toilet is just broken.
Like, here's the thing. Like, I've had it happen once, and it's all by accident. I accidentally poured bacon grease down my kitchen sink, but it was completely by accident. Like, I was without thinking I did. I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't do that. And all of a sudden, it cracked. So I had to get that fixed. Luckily, I got it fixed, and there's no problems. But lesson learned: don't do it again.
Oh shit.
Or you can just pour hot water in the sink and a little bit of soap on it, and it will help.
Yeah, help send it down the pipe a little bit. Yeah, but still, it's always a bad idea.
etc.
Very
As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way. If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly. The key change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Oh my god, we're gonna get the Axe Shower Scrubber.
Because fast food, I'm going to tell you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating. Because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an
it's Italian.
of flavors. Because the egg and all the meat are extremely salty.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise.
Are you serious?
Oh my
Yes.
You can't be serious.
No. And he should talk other streamers who do sponsorships and start promoting their merch. They can do shit like this.
Oh
Come
my
on.
God.
Yeah.
Come
A
on.
bunch of different designs that you can get.
Then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP.
Oh no.
I hate life.
And I'm using the new Axe body. That's not it. What the hell's that shit? I'm using the new Axe body detailer. I use the detailer side to wash off. Oh my god. Oh.
My god, he has a face like a potato.
Bobby Hill, what? What have you done? I knew comedy was your thing. You shouldn't go to this length.
If those kids could read, they'd be very upset.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure on YouTube survivability. And so, by October, thekingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
By the way, Jay Wusso, don't worry, I see your. And by the way, thank you for the $5. If super chats do come in, we're gonna wait until the end of the stream. I swear to God, we'll shout them out. We are actually gonna take a page from DSP here I'm sorry, but because otherwise I'm gonna go full autist, and that's never a good thing.
Actually, I'll do that too. When this is all done, I'll even read the ones that I got too, just because. And everyone that got memberships and everyone that gave the memberships, I'm sorry that I missed them, but I do appreciate the memberships though, and the re-uppings too.
All right, let's keep it up. Thanks, guys. And again, sorry for the cluster. It is Veega, though. He's a special boy, and I
tried.
I love you, Veega. I love you.
I tried. and then you just hear like the sad sounds. Like I just build a Lego very sadly and build the TV. And it's like,
but with that violin from like all the TikTok videos playing in the background, the sad violin music.
No, I was gonna think it's like that scene from regular shows, like Muscle Man trying to like clip a hedge. He's like, I'm like doing that with a Lego piece. I'm like, couldn't put it in.
Come on, bro, let's fucking do this.
And I'm like crying in the shower. It's like, Veega, no, I'm very depressed.
Let's go. What up, Yuna? How you doing?
Yuna, shut up.
I made.
I'm not going to bed.
$18,000.
I'm sorry, what?
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more. This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your video.
Oh, please tell me they billed him.
Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending.
Oh.
We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk to your fans about it. Don't tell them how AdSense works.
DSP cult leader.
Then you would incentivize
I gotta see this real quick. Hold on. Maybe it goes back to him. I hope it does.
Basically, how much you guys
participate
with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. That's where the
Okay, real quick. I'm gonna go back. I gotta see one thing. I am so sorry. Right
staunch his income. What could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense...
Okay, I want to screen cap this. Because I'm going to compare. He actually has some shoulder, he actually looks broad here.
He has some tone.
Yeah. So I grabbed a screenshot of this because I want to compare it to how he looks now. Later on. Sorry, guys. Thanks for bearing with me.
With this channel,
at least you went back to the right spot.
I'm not allowed to come out and just say... how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. That's where the fun comes from, so I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone.
Oh my God,
I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD.
Hold on. Go back to where he's like he's almost looking down.
I can go back 10 seconds. Here we go.
That's where the fun comes from, so I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone.
There?
All right, a little bit more.
I hope to entertain you in the future.
Oh, goddamn! But do you see how his hair is like almost? You see his hair? Look at his hairline.
It is kind of fucked up.
He's always had that hairline, and yet when he gets older, it looks worse.
Well, okay, hold on. We can run a hot comparison of that. Hold on.
I mean,
let me just.
He did say his mom fucked up his hairline.
There we go. So I went ahead and I screen capped that. There. Now we'll know. We can run a comparison. No harm, no foul.
And you in the future, please go to my
God
partner
damn it,
channel,
the boy ain't right.
King of Hate HD, and click on the ads.
Damn it, Bobby! I told you to earn your money legitimately, not telling people to click on the ads.
A growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment
one of the
believed
OGs.
DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase.
No, I know this is a super chat, but that's so true. That's my AdSense. I don't know you.
Oh my god, I just saw it. That's my purse. I don't know you. That's
and then he kicks Machinima. And then he kicks Machinima in the balls.
That's my AdSense. I don't know you. look, small field trip. I'm not going there, but there is a clip of a guy. I think he's on a Mod Deuce or a 50 cal on a Humvee, and he was like, he's obviously in training, and it's like, there's a vehicle approaching. What do you say? That's my purse. I don't know you. And then he starts unloading with the 50. And it is absolutely hilarious.
Purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on blip.tv, and was on an exclusive
until
superior contract.
Why is he pressing the bread?
I don't
try
know.
Try to toast it better?
No, just leave it alone. Why you gonna press it? It's not a fucking burger.
Gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help.
Well, I mean, it is Joon the King.
Hello, Joon.
Hello, Joon.
Hello, Joon.
Build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want. You've let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them. Hello, Jew.
I every time I hear it, it never fails to make me giggle like a schoolgirl.
Hello, Jew.
Phil,
yeah, and I love the fact that the closed captioning is labeling it as juice.
Playing as the last surviving space Nazi did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go. Oh, look, it's Hutch. And he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done. You don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party.
Okay,
I don't know about this lore.
Yeah, apparently Hutch helped him out trying to get him a part of Machinima. So here's the thing
but is this after he was like, fuck you, you don't have the right to talk on my channels, or before?
Yes, after.
Wow.
This was after. Here's the thing that makes zero sense. Hutch is trying like attempt to help him, and he's like, yeah, fuck you, block, 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 and he still goes on to help him.
That is insane. Yeah, he literally, Nugs, you're not wrong. He is literally the same person.
Therefore, circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account, This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that. So all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case. In May of 2011,
I love you, Machinima.
Yeah, and this is so let's parallel to now, right? Fuck you, Machinima. I fucking hate you, Machinima. You're a fucking piece of shit, right? Blah 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 blah. Machinima comes back, hey man, we're gonna give you your job back. No kidding, really? I love you so much. Keem, you are someone who followed by, oh, now he's my bestest friend. Super crazy wants this to get noticed by Keem. Do you want me to call him? I'm a good friend of Keem's now.
It went from hating Keem, then sucking up to Keem,
Same
then
with
hating
Muda.
on Keem. Yeah, it's so bipolar. Also, is DSP Cult Leader still around to this day?
I don't know.
I could check.
He had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website. Phil was still going
last
to find
video
game
done
events,
12 years ago.
Though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money.
Oh shit.
In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed.
Oh
On the
my God.
walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo
On the next
solely
episode of Folders.
Is that a printer? No, that's a projector.
dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything.
Lucky
Phil had
you,
covered the
Norris.
open space,
Lucky
or
you.
lack thereof,
Big ups,
between
Norris.
his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
Yeah, a lot
This
of gamer
artwork
shit.
is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it.
Oh, this art piece!
Oh,
No!
I remember this. If you can find it, you can still find her DeviantArt page to this
Phil took
day.
interest in.
I did
Fun
not.
fact.
I didn't hear that. I need to hear that one more time, please, because
Oh, no, please.
I swear to God, he's not like that, guys. I wonder if this piece of art exists around Cat.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she makes.
I don't know, Garmin IDs. We got or Garmindies. Garminiad? Garmin. I'm calling you Garmin. Okay, because I just am dumb. We still have plenty of video left. He definitely could cover the Incel Manifesto.
And she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice, it's so artistic looking, that if I do get an
so
office
artistic,
next
you
year,
can
like
do that
I
with your
talked about
tits.
doing, that I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
Does anybody else look? I gotta ask. Just that statement alone, right? It was done with her breasts, knowing who Phil is, and then I want to commission her to do more. Did that scream incel to anybody else?
Like on one hand, I kind of want to say yes, but if you're good with making art like that, it actually looks nice. I don't think so, but
I mean,
yeah,
for Phil.
Dorian
Phil.
says it best. It's impressive. The art on the Autistic Hut. My doodles are art. This is what the fuck. Yeah, this is it. He's Derek. Help.
No. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the piece isn't a good piece. I'm just.
But
saying
it does
that
sound like very incelish behavior. It's like, oh, you did great. I want more.
Yeah. Well, it's.
It screamed for.
I got this piece. I think it's a very interesting piece. Blah 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 blah. Maybe if you added it as a secondary, maybe even a tertiary, like, oh, and by the way, kind of an interesting fact is that, I mean, it's an interesting piece already, but she actually did it with her breasts. And, kind of as a side thing, not the first thing to launch into, plus the fact we know he's Phil. But then to say, if I get in office, I'm going to commission her. Like, that almost sounds like to me, it sounds like a sleazy pickup line. But then again, I'm probably, crazy.
So 2 things. One, Reaper says it best. It screams more virgin than incel. And then Cinnabite Mommy's like, screams repression.
There we go. That's okay. So thank you, because it wasn't, I was like, it's something, the only energy I could think of it was incel. And thank you. Thank you. You have successfully categorized what I was thinking, but thank you.
On that note, the only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this... wow.
Really?
Wow, at this point, it's pretty much all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can
it's Duke
do a
Nukem
lot
forever.
of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming. And I sure as hell, I'm not...
Out of curiosity, was there like a 6.5 earthquake going on as he was filming that?
Maybe. It could be.
I was just curious.
I'm sure that that's ever going to happen.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet...
Oh my god, are we going into the Inside Manifesto?
Waffle Phil. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He is 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and taking steps to opening our own online bath beauty business. But moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here, and with me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
No, she's not
Quote,
Asian.
Special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all.
Oh, god damn it! And then it pops up!
This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I look like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
God damn!
Guys, where did my mask go? I gotta find it. I'm talking, I'm saying the quiet parts out loud.
They are idiots. He's not wrong.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking non-Asian chick.
Yeah, I guess so. So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So,
yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so...
What games
figured that would give away that I'm not Asian.
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's audience was more curious about the 11-year age gap, with Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18. Rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the wise, do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in, it can be as white as anything. Don't fucking get an apartment, because you know why?
Oh, God.
You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it. Okay. The police is here.
I'm sorry. Are we correlating police with the presence of black people? Is that the correlation?
They're just patrolling. What does that to put to anything?
Oh my god.
This is terrible.
Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Okay, so I stand corrected. Not black, but Hispanic. Great. So
yeah, great.
I got to admit when I'm wrong. Wrong version of racist. Okay.
Well, minority.
Panda Lee
We'll
would
say
sometimes
that.
do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I was just being difficult.
Oh my. Hi, Karen. How are you?
Alright, well anyway.
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere.
Oh no.
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us, despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah. I mean, it was one day of filming. Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he would get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man, at least try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response, they don't want money. They don't want any money after this. Based on what he says, they told him that.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his 2 friends. This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems.
Okay, so there's no way he's letting that go when he watches this and reacts to it. He's going to be like, no, I didn't bold-faced lie.
Like Phil's jealousy.
He's probably going to point over to that John and Howard quote-unquote expose. He says, go watch that, you'll get my real answer there.
Exactly.
Content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer, and I even saw a comment saying, wow.
What is with his hair right now?
Porn star hair?
Well, I mean, I don't understand. Is there a part here? Is there a part here? Is there a mullet?
I get it.
Is it supposed to be pulled back? Is he a penis? I mean, you kind of see the mushroom shape here. I am so confused.
Like, did he forget to put the grease in his hair to look like an Italian?
I don't know.
wow, this is Ramble's the funniest thing. Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up
The
slowly
egotism,
and drive
the
a rift
egotistical
between
side.
DSP and John Rambo. Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
I love it when I just love it when he says that.
Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all
John,
the earnings
that
in the
big
Let's
nose
Plays
piece of shit.
he was involved in. But as it becomes more difficult to calculate their earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions, like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
DSP was spending ever more frivolously. In contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds.
Jesus.
On the surfaces of his apartments, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space.
I love the fact that he threw in there, with the exception of some of the walls, and he had the only other bare location is the ceilings.
I still go through these clips and find a moment where he shows utility bills and he said, and I quote, "Yeah, it's all public information. Come find me."
Of course.
Something like that.
Yeah, he did that because he left it open. He's like, oh yeah, come find me.
There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I have nowhere to put, I have no use for, I can't store,
so
I
it's
don't know what to do with it, alright?
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know, it's too much! Too much!
He has books?
And the problem is I have
Trust me, he ain't read them.
nowhere to put this shit.
Sure,
If I had somewhere to put it or
guaranteed.
sort it, I'd probably be able to see it, but it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking
Oh
closet is.
my
God. My
God.
luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Those
Phil
are empty
did not
boxes,
value
aren't
or
they?
understand money.
Yeah, they are.
Except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what it would have made Project 7 better? Like,
Not
actually
DSP.
Yeah, well, that. But I'm just saying, like, look at all the things. Like, what was it? Episode 3 was a parody of Metal Gear Solid. Get items in there that are just based around Metal Gear Solid. Like, he could have done that.
They
No,
did.
no,
They got the incompetence of Phil.
No, but that's the problem, though. Well, that's one. But regardless, they got the wrong weapons. Like, bring in weapons that they were used in the game. Like, do research on it. Like, if people are putting out a series, they would actually do research in the thing that they're parodying.
And Eric Henry, why would they sell the boxes when Phil could sign the boxes
and give them away for free?
Give them away without the figurine, of course, because he traded the figurine in at GameStop for a different game.
It's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
Yep. There were plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts.
What?
These
he had these?
Quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000.
Oh,
Jesus
my
Christ!
God!
Fuck!
I didn't know about those.
I know about the clothes, but I didn't really spend that much.
How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance.
No, you're not.
I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super overexpensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a
Give it time. Give it time, Phil.
sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting his audience starting 2013 is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart.
But you'll buy quilts.
So, regardless...
Yeah, buy quilts, buy figurines, buy a BMW, and whatever.
And also useless equipment that he doesn't use.
Regardless of what happens in
But
this
no
next
capture
year,
card.
I'm still a...
Yeah, no capture card. Yeah, exactly.
No. The capture card was a troll idea. It was obviously set up to make him fail. Obviously.
Okay, so I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the two...
Oh, you guys got dumped here from the Joon documentary? Big ups.
Reasons. There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video. Come on! That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game. Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me.
Oh
It's
my.
my fault. I love it. The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
Oh my
Is
god.
it-
I know it isn't
That
good
aged
enough.
well. That
Yeah.
aged really well.
I know who he's talking about.
Who?
You find out.
Okay, I'll find out.
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010 in direct response to Phil claiming his
there's
videos
the
were
boy!
well-received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs
Big
with
ups to
only
the
the clips of
four-founders
his
that said don't
failures
play.
or Phil's obscene commentary.
Yeah, we're not caught up, Boat Night. Yeah, exactly.
I fucking miss.
Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck.
Hey,
He's
two
a
my friends.
that's on every
We missed
day,
them.
10 times a day.
24 hours.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason Evil AJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly...
So good thing to note here. Apparently the premiere is down. June released the entire doc. So whatever, we're going to have to remember where we were kind of in it if it goes down on us. Which apparently it looks like it is about to in roughly roughly about a minute. So if it goes down, we'll have to go try and find it.
Requires critical
I'll find
thinking,
it.
as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to
premiere's
react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while
1 hour 35 minutes. Hey, Japan Nader, thank you so much.
Criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Evil AJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ,
Lewis Dog Patterns, no, that's a puzzle boss. Get it right, okay?
he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve.
There's one thing that he forgot to put in, the reason why he didn't want to do direct capture. He should have put that part in, why he was so adamant on doing the camcorder Let's Play.
Because he said it was better.
He said it was better because of surround sounds. Like, I can hear the surround sound, but if I had direct capture, I would have to wear headphones, hunch over my monitor, looking at my computer, and just play at my computer's desk.
Yeah.
Which Evil AJ made a great video about that, proving that was entirely wrong. Examples, one of them being Game Grumps. He's like, where's the computer desk? Where's the headphones? All this shit that Phil's talking about is bullshit.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
It's PewDiePie.
How many people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it, to the point where a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in
you were one of them, Phil.
Videos?
Yeah.
For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh no, I lost views, stop my feet, oh man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay fine and keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP.
Yep.
Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much.
Oh, and this is an independent interview from Joon.
And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
So I had actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSPs.
So I mentioned this, I think in a video or a live, that I was like, I don't remember. It's like, dude, if you had the credit card or you had the fucking transaction in the bank statement, all you have to do is go, I think it was around this time, and look for the amount that you sent to PayPal or that you sent to the guy. And Joon fucking did it the inverse way and said, hey, why don't you show me what your income was on PayPal for this time frame? And it's like, yeah, look, it's $1,200. That's what he's talking about. When he's like, how much did you send him? $3,000. That's not what I have. Well, I don't know what to tell you. That's what I remember.
No,
yeah,
that's what you remember? That's fine. Here's the fucking receipt.
Yeah, that's exactly it, though. Joon was asking him where the receipts were. He's like, do you think I would keep that? It's like, yeah. Anyone that has a business keeps the receipts. It doesn't matter how menial the purchase is. You keep the receipt. If you spent $10 on a cord, you keep that receipt. If you spent $5, you keep that receipt.
But not Phil.
But not Phil.
Too much work.
$1,600.
Too much work for him.
DSP to this day cannot provide
No,
evidence
send it to
or
the
reason
tax guy.
why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid
Okay,
for
so I was
shipping
wrong. I
out
thought
of
it was
pocket.
1,800, but yeah, 1,600. Close enough.
We actually paid an additional 150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last
Damn.
of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that opposed him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on
Shout out to the KC Royals.
YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
I love that.
Oh no.
Hey, Magnu.
They just easily jump up here, and I
Love
can't
that
do
guy's
it at
work.
all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here.
Okay, I have to ask. You've played Black Mesa, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I've never played Black Mesa, so I don't know how hard this is. How hard is it to do the crouch jump?
Okay.
Okay, so you jump and you press crouch at the same time after you jump.
Yes. All you gotta do is jump and crouch at the same time. Just space control simultaneously. That's it.
Like, okay, that's the reason why I want to know, because I'm looking at it going, this is from like a console perspective, because I never played this before. I'm looking at it going, it seems difficult, but from what you two are telling me, it doesn't sound that hard.
It's not
No.
at all. No.
Okay, even Eden's like, it's not that hard. Okay, good. At least everyone's like,
it's literal cake.
No,
It's literal cake.
It's been a thing since the early 90s, like since Counter-Strike. That mechanics exists for a very long time, since the early 90s.
If you know that if you understand that crouch is going to override jump if you press crouch first, then you have it mastered, because you know you have to jump first and then you just press crouch. That's it.
Also, Conan is also right. It's not that fucking hard to cross jump. I use it a lot in games like TF2. True, that's part of the Source engine.
It's ridiculous. This is on par with the guy who like is a game reviewer not being able to beat the Cuphead double jump spot. Like it's that bad.
True.
Jump up here. Look, I can't jump up here.
Oh my god, what are we doing?
Building a bridge.
Oh my god.
Jump. You won't even jump. Look, jump. You fucking idiot.
fucking idiot. Yeah, you're calling yourself an idiot.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Panda Lee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
a DSP soundboard,
Bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for
Can
full
you pause it?
disclosure.
Gotcha.
Did they include the contents of why DSP had a meltdown over Kingdom Hearts?
I didn't see anything on there.
No, because Leanna was in the stream chat and she said that Kingdom Hearts sucks. All you haters keep crying while I use your tears as lotion for my skin.
That's what that was.
That's what started the whole feud, and everybody was not happy about it.
Yeah.
That's what was starting Phil up only more and
Yeah.
in his own chat.
And they were trying to tell Phil, it's like, dude, it's not us, it's her. And he completely disregarded it and just said it was their fault.
Yeah, and I think you guys said it at one point. He was like, "Fine, we're going into members only mode and all that jazz." Like,
subscriber only mode.
Yeah, that one. And by the way, yes, I've seen it now a couple of times in the chat. Yes, I did know that DSP removed his own comment as he was getting absolutely railed.
But it's back.
Yeah,
But now it's back though.
Oh, it's
I saw
back.
that.
Oh,
yeah, it's back. I was reading the entirety of the comments whenever at the end of my stream I was doing. I read the entirety of the comments left on that. It was so fucking
okay,
good.
well, you screen grab the comment itself. I got to read the comment itself.
Hold on. I still have the comment right here when he left. This is the comment.
Okay, well, I will take a look at it, but let's keep the documentary going.
No game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form "this is how you don't" plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child.
Okay, I'm sorry, did anybody... I'm sorry, hearing somebody else call him a man-child just hit me absolutely flawlessly. Like,
it is so good.
Took the wind right out of me.
Video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 Condo Tour.
I would say, to be safe, read Rebsi's response, or Rebsi's comment that he sent you.
Okay, looking at it, hold on.
Just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year. I've gotten so much stuff
Love it.
that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the floor. Look at this.
Look at this. Look at this. Mommy. Mom. Looky.
It's a fucking
Look at my house, Mom. Are you proud of me, Linda? No.
mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit.
Is this June's music or is it somebody else's? Because this is killing me.
I think it's someone else's music.
I think it's someone else's.
It's absolutely whoever it is. Bravo, well done.
Or at least one addition.
There we go. Back up.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips.
Oh look, in the lower right-hand corner, there's a woman begging.
Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Panda Lee, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming irrelevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
What? How did I not know about this?
I didn't know about this either.
Like, I knew of some things like this, but I forgot about this part.
I have never heard of this. I have never heard. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I banned. Okay, using ad blockers is theft, Phil. Okay, sure. Whatever.
Okay.
Phil.
He just said that getting copyright strike and losing monetization is like having a gun pointed to your head. He just made that comparison.
Bang bang.
Okay, sorry if I missed something there. I was having to replace a battery. So, okay. Was that an almost nude shot of her there? No, I think she was hiding in a closet. Okay, sorry. Are we back? We're back. Yes. Here we go.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I gotta go to his house.
Man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use ad block on one of my videos.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channel towered over his own.
Holy shit! Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content back when he had no money to buy games. He would watch me play the games. That's how he got the idea to make his content.
Why is this baked potato talking?
PewDiePie did in fact
talking?
Yes. Like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as
like,
Phil's
here's the thing. When you're like talking about someone else, is your first instinct is to immediately berate him for saying, oh yeah, he got more popularity because he was inspired by me, or it's like, hey, he was inspired by me, I feel honored.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a subtle difference, obviously, and I get it if somebody was like blatantly ripping you off or something like that.
Yeah.
Like you had actually invented a genre of something and they like just blatantly ripped you off, but it's not that. And taking everybody takes inspiration from other people.
It's like hearing Atlas saying that he watched one of my videos and he wanted to make his own, and yet look how well he's in now. Am I going to sit here and act like Phil's like, oh yeah, he was inspired by me, and yet I'm blah.
Shit, I've adopted like 3 of his ideas at least,
No.
and I'm looking to change one of them that I was like, it's not my not my speed. I may go this route with it, but that's actually taken from another, not taken from, but the overall idea that I'm going to be executing is similar to somebody else who I was inspired by. So yeah, but Phil can't do that. Phil has to be recognized for the genius that he is.
Continue.
Also, Tiddlywink said it best. Phil who stole the AVGN shtick.
Exactly. Yep.
And Nostalgia Critic.
Yep.
Would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own game channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on
made
YouTube.
decent
Phil
content
displeased
like back
with
then.
what he
Like it was
perceived-
dumb, but back when I first started YouTube, I watched his stuff. I thought his stuff was great.
The dude was making
decent.
content. Yeah, he was making content. Even if we hated it, at least it wasn't. He was making content and begging on the daily for money.
As YouTube advertising his competitors was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related
Remember
ad.
that?
I understand.
Remember that statement? He's not upset from the advertisement, and he said that he's not hating on him. Just remember
No.
that.
But this part, if he says what I think it does, absolutely fucking kills me.
And why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Yeah, because it's his. And
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed. Games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story.
Yeah.
This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it.
He thinks I'm an
Because
idiot.
of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of
Ooh, one of
creators
them was
would
Tevin.
soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels.
Shout
The
out Tevin.
Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now.
Oh my.
Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question.
Is this what you were just doing?
Yes. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I do that sometimes myself. I'll go bam, bam, bam. I was like, God damn it. Because it's so stupid, though.
World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began. With DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed, it made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darkside Phil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing.
Oh, this video.
No. Is this where he never actually opens the damn
Yes.
box?
It is.
Yes.
And
Never
the
open
fire
the box
alarm's
once.
going on in the back.
Also paper towels.
And before everyone says, what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying,
Why would you record this?
high-pitched droning sound going on.
Because I don't
There's a
know.
fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem
I don't
the fire alarm in
understand.
this condo facility has a nasty habit.
Okay, if you can pause it.
Yes.
There's so many different solutions to this problem. You could, I don't know, wait till the fire alarm be disabled, wait for the fire department to come by and fix the issues, or better yet, rent out a conference center and record it from there. If the problem does persist, rent out a conference center.
There is only one time where this is acceptable. And have you guys seen the video of the guy reviewing scotch as his wife leaves him?
No.
Yeah, the guy is literally reviewing scotch as his wife packs up around like, fuck this bitch. This scotch is delicious. And
Okay, that has a good payoff.
During the middle of the
I kind of want
winter,
to see that video now.
especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he
Keep in
shifts to
mind,
criticizing
this is
prior
the
games.
standard edition.
I know, we don't have time for the alarm to finish. I'm a gamer.
I can't call it my landlord to complain. I'm a gamer.
I'm gonna start snorting. I'm laughing so hard.
Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels.
Paper towels!
That's to muffle some of the
Oh
going alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment...
Yeah, I agree with that comment! Then why even post this?
Yeah, exactly.
I needed the revenue. I needed the revenue, guys.
Yeah, it's like, dude, the whole entire thing of this is just dumb, though. It's nothing special. It's just the standard edition. It's not a collector's edition.
Brian, hey, I'll have to try and find it. I'll link it in my community tab, or before we end this stream, I'll try and find it.
His mistake tied to the title of the video is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
That's Bo Dent.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
God.
As predictable as Phil was
Wait,
in the game...
is that that's posted?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I've never seen this.
He's make a lot of... Sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Makes a lot of games my video back then. Got millions of views. Then he stopped uploading. But for some weird reason, he became one of Phil's supporters.
What?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Oh my.
And I was like, that can't be him. And then I saw his face, it's like, oh my god.
It's him.
Fuck it.
And that was a sad thing. That was kind of like a slap to the face. Was like, hey, this guy actually makes really good Machinima was making fun of Phil. Okay, awesome. Hey, he's a supporter. What the fuck?
Now he just disappeared from the internet.
No, that'll happen though.
With his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space, allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance. The social elements...
Oh, by the way, that thanks goes to Fear Monarch. He was the one who found it.
...are as important, like his friends and family that were all living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000.
Oh my god.
What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross. A steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012.
Very much
this
so.
indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow.
I need that money. I really do.
But, you know, I need a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now, unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s, unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet, he was financing Panda Lee's
Joon went harder.
Business.
He went super fucking hard.
Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year.
Is this the BMW that didn't tell him to get the oil changed?
Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
And keep in mind, 2,000 miles a year.
Yeah, I average 20. 20,000,
Yeah.
not 20 miles. I averaged 20,000 on both of our vehicles.
Equipment shows up, my new PC. I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has.
Wait,
he
he bought
purchased 3 new
4?
ones to test them out.
Three?
The comments
I
discuss
think
the
that's 3 or
absurdity
4.
of
Maybe
Phil's
that's 4.
Why so many?
purchases.
Why?
Lol.
You
So
don't
he
need it.
Yeah.
ordered 1 capture
Like,
card.
Okay, I can kind of get like if one of them breaks or doesn't work, you can just return it and then use the other one. Like I kind of get it, but at the same time, you don't need it.
Yeah, 4 is a bit much. Even 2. I mean, if you're struggling for scratch and you need a capture card, you buy 1 and then you return it if it's broken or some shit.
Or better yet, buy 2. Buy
Yeah.
2. I would say 2 to be safe. If one works but not the other one, you return the other one, get your money back.
Yep.
Changed his mind and bought another, then changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered? You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol. Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video.
Is this the
and
lemon?
did the unboxing live,
Yes.
taking his chance to mock
It
the
is.
PC might have
Yes.
Rattata built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
What a fucking piece of shit.
Already got a
fuck
broken piece
him.
of plastic.
Yes.
Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
the price of the PC was $3,000. Here it is in action.
Oh,
What the hell?
No.
The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC.
Bro, I have
Great.
to ask. How do you stream your games? Do you have a laptop or a desktop?
No, I have a desktop.
Desktop.
Okay. Yeah, yours is better than this.
Yeah, well, I have a desktop, and I mean, mine's actually. I've told girlfriend side bro that within the next 2 years, I'm gonna have to start saving now to put away for a fund of hey, rebuild the box,
Yeah.
because it's starting to get outclassed. I can run, like, for instance, I can Black Myth Wukong at like mid settings, low mid to mid settings at 40 to 60. Depending. And so it's like, okay, I can still play the game. I can still play that. That's fine. Within 2 years, probably won't be able to do so. Need to take a look at that. So
Yep.
I'm looking 2 years ahead. And then you got Phil.
Also, Greg, what he bought there, he bought a CyberPower.
Of course he did.
I have a feeling why it's having issues. Main one, it could be that the power supply is unhooked from the GPU. Because if you look at his tax manager, there is no GPU.
Oh my.
If
There
he
was no
does so it.
GPU?
No. Because sometimes
Sorry. No, you're good. You're good. It's my
sometimes
stuff.
sometimes the cord would disconnect while sipping, like the RAM
Oh
sticks.
yeah. So you have to reseat. Yeah, you have to reseat some stuff sometimes. Yeah, for sure. And
Yeah.
he didn't. Of course not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did definitely not say side girl. I definitely did not say that. I do not have a side girl. Hi baby, how are you? Why do you have a knife?
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from
Put it down. He could do
encoding
so
with
much
your
better.
CPU and encoding with your
God
GPU.
damn.
Like he just didn't know how to use his PC.
Oh, yeah, look.
Whoa.
See?
Cyberpower now is different from Cyberpower circa whenever the fuck this was.
This was like 2013, like 2014, 2015, give or take. So CyberPower now is better than it was back then.
Also, if you look at the tax manager, where's the GPU?
Yeah, so he may not have it. He may not have the drivers even installed either. So that's genius.
It out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer.
I'm a gamer!
Yeah, I'm a gamer!
Quote, I'm a gamer. Not
How you play the game!
Not a video editor, entertainer, actor.
The fact that the narrative affidavit reads, Phil informed me he's a gamer.
Here's the thing that I don't understand. There are people out there that do Let's Play content. They still do it to this day. I see editing. I see how they cut out all the dead air. There's no dead air. And it's also at a good quality. You could do that, Phil.
Could. Not gonna, but could.
Play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle. In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could.
What a
For
surprise.
example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too...
Whoa. Did I just get a hard pause? Guys, this failure, this...
The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too...
Guys, catch that?
I caught it.
That wasn't me.
That's them.
Okay.
They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel that has a big suite. It's got its own kitchen.
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher
we're
investment
still on par. We're still good.
Okay.
His continuing dramas.
Okay,
this
bad
Tumblr
edit.
tries
Okay.
to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's
loopholes on there.
conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To cap
person, right?
Yeah. Whoa, another one.
And we are going to be joined by Lupo572 shortly.
That
Fuck
was
you,
the
Fred
Sons
Fox.
of Kojima
Fuck you.
Podcast. This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself, but when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they would promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fox's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior.
Fuck off.
He was a gatekeeper. He was a gatekeeper.
Well, fine. Gatekeep away, I guess.
Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a
By
central
the
role.
way, Phil says that detractors do this to this day and loves the SOK, and yet, what's this?
That we gatekeep?
What is this?
The whole thing with copyright strikes.
Okay.
In this campaign.
What up, Pescator?
In
Yeah, cringe.
2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or this is how you don't donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier.
What?
That's new.
Or the theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced the surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said, we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay.
I need to do another montage in my fucking videos.
And we like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to Machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took one day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels.
How do I not know about these?
Additionally,
Phil's green screen?
Yeah, well, I mean, I knew about the green screen. I didn't know about the troll videos.
Diet of
I didn't know about it either.
These are so great.
Was coming back at him in full force. After
And
all,
what Phil doesn't seem to understand, he just created content for the detractors there.
I know.
There is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
Oh no.
My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you there.
Oh no, gout.
I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness.
I'm sorry.
Why did you say that?
Go back. Let's hear that again.
So, can you, Phil, it's great that you went ahead and interviewed with us. Can you go ahead and tell us about Tyrone's meat?
It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness.
That's why Kat is so happy. I understand now. I understand, Phil. That tracks. That tracks, actually. Kat seems much happier when Tyrone comes over. Thank you. Thank you for this exclusive interview. I greatly appreciate it.
And we needed 2 Best Buy receipts to measure the garden.
Dude, I'm actually I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. That one just worked out beautifully.
Oh,
Get the gif of Phil patting himself on the back. It's like, there you go.
Research online, and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats.
Correct.
This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
The back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super... Uh-oh. Hold on.
Oh, yes,
Hold
this
on,
is
everyone.
the welfare check.
I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting, and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Shame on you.
Oh, no.
If you ever,
Oh, great.
this is how you don't play about me. If you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed.
God, dude, take the stick out of your ass, please.
You.
You.
Who has 1.5 times the chubbiness?
Yes, you.
Excellent.
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that in no
That's another hard cut.
way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original project
It looks like we're about ready to hit the tail end of this, so we may have to go to the other one.
7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name
I love this bit.
is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a PayMeTons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my PayMeTons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray,
There it is. Okay, so that killed it. Let's go back to Jim the King.
All right, let me go find it real quick.
Darkside Phil is...
So we're at the continued financial waste, downfall settling in. Oh, we definitely haven't gotten to the fake engagement ring yet.
All right, here we go. 1:35. Hour and 35.
not convinced. Especially with the 7 Rebirth. Old days have some donations, and now Phil was here asking John Rambo if he was playing
I think
a part
we'll just
in
stay
it.
here.
Yep.
Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John.
I'm gonna
and
let it
I'm
run.
special
Puppers are going, so I'll be
because
right
I
back.
upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a PayMeTons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my PayMeTons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Oh, good. The power went out. I'm not even kidding you.
Almost as if it was retaliatory, fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that included the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade it showed that for the month of August he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events, that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claimed,
so he got a gag order not to show the emails only, but he could talk about it. # fucking doubt.
Yeah, doubt that.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, like all this could be like immediately like shortened by like 44 minutes and 10 seconds. All you gotta do is just do this. Like, hi, you may notice that I might have a dip in views. You might notice that I might not have a lot of videos on there. Well, that's just because that I got copyright strike, and I'm afraid I don't want this channel to go down. I deleted them. I was told to do so, and I do apologize if you like those videos. I have them archived elsewhere.
Dark Mage, my source is I made it the fuck up.
Exactly.
And by the way, long-windedness is also a massive sign of deception because you know the statements don't stand on their own. So I have to keep offering more and more detail. So I'm sure you believe me.
Yep. Also, that's not how an NDA works.
That's not how these work.
An anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings, and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his social blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. For November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis.
Yep.
Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help.
Oh, dear
And if
God.
you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals.
I feel like at this point we need to remind Phil.
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know?
It just felt really, it felt necessary.
And more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way.
They
but
will.
in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it. Bring it up. Hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Yeah, this is on
Fans
the Rambo
unsated
and
with
Howard
Phil's
stuff,
answer,
right?
like with the relaunch of Project 7,
Yep.
were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello, I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays and not calling him even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's
I see 2 guys and a baked potato.
susceptibility to trolling,
You mean Bobby
his
Hill?
self-destruct.
Calm down.
Say that again?
You mean Bobby Hill? Calm down. That's a disrespect to potatoes.
Jesus Christ! I even froze it right during the He looks like that. Who drew the Bobby Hill?
Meow Block, I believe.
He has the meow blocked face right now.
Exactly. It does look like it.
I'm screen capping that.
Do it.
It's exactly where it needs to be. Just that dumbass face.
Destructive tendency.
Private pile.
Really quick, Nug said you might want to change the name of this video for the new people coming in. You should.
Thank you. Let me edit it. Sorry, just for the clacks. Give me 2 seconds.
All right, you done yet?
Yeah, I'm not reading it out loud, so I type slower.
You did say 2 seconds.
I'm gonna hurt you. I want you to know that.
Also, yeah, Dorian's like, do I hear a fan?
It's not mine.
It's not mine either. Mine's quiet.
Yeah, well, okay, so you have one running, is what I'm hearing.
But it's not mine.
Okay, here we go.
And other private elements that caused his falling out. At the end, John
and
Rambo
I
offers an olive
misspelled
branch
June,
by stating
of
that a
course.
phone call could fix this. But Phil never
You
did
spelled
call.
like the month, didn't
and
you?
so Phil
No, I
lost
spelled
touch with the last friend he
J-O-N-N.
had. Not even a month later,
John.
now closing 2015,
I
Machinima informed
fixed
Phil
it.
that they will
fixed
no
it.
longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
Bro.
Oh no!
Bro,
No!
that transition though.
That's so good.
I want to hear that again.
Was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
That's so good.
Good transition.
What is
Fuck it, just sunglasses comes down on June's face. Deal with it.
What's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome.
Gum. By the way, Veega, I need your gum soundboard.
Oh, the camera's on.
With the snort, of course.
The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
I'm not even going
Phil
to answer
attempted to
that.
dismiss
The
what
way
he was
you
doing by
phrased that,
saying he was
phrasing.
doing quote-unquote various stuff, like scratching his leg. The bombardment of
Someone
memes
clip
and other
that,
media
please.
will not
No clipping.
allow Phil to dismiss this so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring
No
himself on
load.
stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the
You're the
camera.
guy.
Every inch of my dick and balls, right?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil
It
handled
is.
this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
Yeah, so there's a difference between owning up to this, and somebody does have a fan directly into the mic. Okay.
It's probably me. Just give me a second.
Okay. But the owning up to something or something like that, you have to actually rip on yourself for it. So like, oh, you're the guy that got exposed. It was like, yeah, would you guys even believe like it wasn't even like good porn? Did you have to like just like throw something completely left, like just out of left field at it? Like, yeah, would you guys believe that right before that my sister texted me? It's like, wait, what? And just, you have to make it weird almost.
You ham it the fuck up.
Yeah.
Right.
You make
Which
it worse
you
than
do.
what it, yeah, you make it worse than what they initially. Oh, he beat off on stream. Wait, not only that, he's saying this crazy.
Not only that, but my mom called.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, yeah, shit like that. And Phil's just there like, yeah, I got exposed. Tee-hee. Okay, is it going to stop now? No, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop because can't stop, won't stop. Exactly.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost.
Silent Weapon, you can't afford $11.95?
In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences
That caught me off guard for a second.
It's what I do, man. It's what I do.
Is larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with
Greg,
skits
that's
and
good.
cosplay
That's
for
good.
kiddies to retain attention. The cherry on top was the...
Why point say like Angry Joe?
I don't know why he goes after half the people he goes after. Honestly.
Jealousy.
Yeah, well, there's that too.
Of this post was
there you
to
go.
represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience/knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards anything, you can watch my review, unquote. Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new book meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote.
Love it.
I didn't know about that one either. I did not know about
The
that.
source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous, and over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming "this is how you dump plays" for his failings.
Phil has actually made me relook how I type and casually type, because I'm somebody who I used to use caps and a lot of quotes to basically like accentuate or to like get my point across. And then as I read Phil doing it, I'm like, I don't want to be like this anymore.
I am someone who
Slanderous.
Uses quotes.
A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, "I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, give bits here. Because at this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year as I did last year, playing 4 new games."
And why is that? Why does anybody need to give you money for that?
Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Locally, my Machinima payment is literally coming through today. Unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2.
This is so good.
Yes.
Everything in here is, and he could have garnered so much goodwill here if he just ran with the jokes.
A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack.
TSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil. Calvark or ag. They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring.
God.
Huh? What does that mean?
Huh?
I never gave her an engagement ring, so I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring? What are you talking about? I didn't give her an engagement ring. What? People are weird. What does that even mean? There's some stupid inside joke that I don't understand. What does that mean?
Even though he could have just checked his girlfriend's Instagram at the time.
It won, and it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into the inclusive circle jerking circle.
Inclusive circle jerking circle.
That made no sense at all. What does that mean?
What does it mean?
Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh?
Huh? What?
Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about?
Oh, Twitter. I thought it was Instagram.
It's about
what's
one of her
social
Twitter
media?
Pictures? What are you talking about? That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know.
Imagine going through your entire life for 16 years knowing there's a massive load of people, god damn it, that don't like you.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
Sorry, yeah. I don't have the videos up, of course. But imagine going through life doing that and thinking to yourself, no, I'm not the problem. It's literally everybody else. It can't be me. It can't. It just can't. Anyway, now I've got to stop that. There we go. Okay, sorry. And of course, for good measure, there you go.
Some completely inside joke they made up for themselves that no one would know anything about at all. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense.
So sorry for the train.
And yet being the
at
big
least
winner
it's not
at the end of
bad
the game,
weather.
that's so fucking stupid.
As was revealed to Phil through a video game, Panda Lee had been wearing a fake engagement ring to her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, This was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter.
Damn.
Quote, "Oh shit,
I didn't know
he knows about
this,
the
really.
fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time?
Yep.
How could he have known?" Unquote. Panda Lee then posts the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Panda Lee allegedly also took off work to experience the live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer. And so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his knowledge, but emergency contacts meant for dire situations.
Oh my god. He was not using the exigent circumstance emails.
Yep. He was using the other ones that they told him not to use.
Dude, exigent circumstance email accounts are typically reserved for law enforcement.
That's when on February 28th.
Well, yeah, it's literally like, so with Machinima or something like that, if they have a live platform or something like that, and there's like an emergency situation about suicidal subject or something like that, it's to get in contact with people.
A Machinima employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is not treated better, he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige.
Yeah, a straight up Karen. Straight up Karen.
Release Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil.
Who did this bit? Because whoever did this, bravo. The terrible animation like from Johnny Mnemonic here, I'm loving it.
Phil, because he was earning 100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique."
Lol.
Unquote.
Lol.
In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a satisfactory answer. That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated. And as per the description, quote, "I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on." Unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video.
I cannot wait for him to get to this point, because it obviously is still who he is. In terms of you take one thing and you make it 45 fucking minutes long. There's so much backlore to it. There's no way to like discredit it and say, no, I didn't do that. So what the fuck is he going to do? I heard uncreditableness too.
It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then it took about an additional week for him to fight various content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut of ad revenue, nor was he in a managed partnership. This means that they would not be responsible for his 30 or so content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panda Lee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged.
Is that a legit rock?
Zirconium?
Dude, even cubics these days are fucking high dollar. If that is if that is one stone, that is oh my god.
The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately.
There you go.
It was one that Panda Lee personally liked on her Black Currant account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring.
Well, see, I stand corrected here. I thought that was gonna go stupid high.
A testament.
Yeah, so cubic zirconias used to be back in the day of what moissanite and glass are these days. Now cubics are like near the range of low diamonds. But if it's moissanite or glass, yeah.
To his detractors' obsession and or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up.
By the way, while we're going over the fake Poltavi thing here real quick, just a fangirl for a hot minute. Jaha, they got your good side, man. They made you look like an absolute monster in this.
And severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a great mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Leveria Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Leveria Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a confusing set of events for everyone involved. While all this was going on, Phil was in the process of purchasing a new car. For the past 6 years, he had been leasing a BMW.
The Toyota.
What?
In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles and so never changed the oil.
Is that one?
No. Oh no. Oh no.
BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive.
This animation
and
is
they
so
never
good.
I love it.
They never contacted us to get it changed.
What?
Phil's audience.
Why? You're supposed to do that on your own, Phil.
What do you mean they never contacted you to get it changed?
Long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them. That's why whenever other content creators discover both, it makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove the car 6,000 miles. So if that gives you any idea.
He what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years?
Yeah, that's absolutely bonkers.
What?
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! Hey, this guy's a living meme! No, there is, it's not. BMW has diagnosis computer in the car, okay?
And they never, they never contacted us to get it changed.
Why would they contact you to change your oil?
Destiny, the person reacting to Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know?
Oh my
this guy
God.
probably didn't know I went to school for finance. Unquote.
But I'm also a gamer.
I'm a gamer!
Phil, still in the
I drive about 20,000 a year.
mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay?
Oh, no.
Here's what happened.
I did nothing wrong.
That was Monday, I think Monday morning or whatever, okay?
I did everything correct, legally.
I think,
Emotionally?
Hold on 1 second, everybody.
My baked potato head needs some sour cream and chives.
Oh, I know what this
I'll
is.
be right back. I'm getting an important phone call.
Yep.
Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and
Yep.
I have to deal with it now. So
Wait,
guess what?
Is this can't
Yes.
be. This can't
It
be.
is.
No.
Sadly, the
It
podcast
is.
has to end. I can't finish my story right now.
Phil had received a call from Panda Lee's job.
Yep.
She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics. Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment. Frustrated at the lack of attentiveness, Phil said,
So now she's zonked out. She's sleeping, in the...
No, come on. You got to use the actual, like,
animation.
True raw... No. The raw footage from, where he's a little potato man and a bean.
Yeah, that's the El Crimson King one. That's a good one.
Yeah, the raw footage. This is AI generated.
Oh,
the room because of everything. She's still on the pills made her all loopy or whatever.
The pills.
So we did on the way home. I
pillar.
stopped and we got food. We grabbed like chicken sandwiches and we just ate them and now she's sleeping. So
we grabbed
that's
chicken
what happened.
sandwiches.
Unbelievable! Like, oh my god. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell him you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill? Give her a pill. And that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Panda Lee's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that Phil and Panda Lee had broken up some time before the anxiety attack, which is also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation.
Yay.
Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness.
Looking for the hottest huge tits around.
Is that legit?
No, these are trolls, but the first thing people usually my personality closely followed by my smashing hair. Oh my god.
Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC. We got a dedication.
Oh
in.
no. Oh yes.
These kids and their names, I swear. So Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Panda Lee. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back by Player. I don't know what to say, guys. Okay, so anyway, here's Baby Come Back by Player, and they actually wanted me to say Baby Come Back, ack.
Oh my god!
I don't get it. I really don't get it with these kids.
Oh my god, that is so
Darkside
good!
Phil, here's your dedication to Panda Lee.
In many ways, Phil was defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The only fucking reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol.
I just kind of want to pause this and leave this on the screen for like 30 minutes. Guys, just want to go do something else. No, I'm joking. I'm not going to leave this on the screen for 30 minutes, but I really want to.
He said this is a joke. A joke.
Yeah, this is a lol. Somehow.
Where's the punchline?
This is a rat. It's just a razz.
It's a razz.
Unquote. Prominent detractor accounts took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise.
And for some reason, I think I'm going to quote this as best I can from yesterday. I guess she, like, got upset by it? No.
Well, no.
No.
iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues.
Goddamn right.
Unquote. And Phil did have issues. For 10 years, Phil has had a dream job and meant.
Oh my god.
That's so good.
We're going back. We're watching that whole thing again.
And Phil did have issues.
Am I?
For 10 years, Phil has had a dream job and meant to provide steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near decade.
Is this a clip? Because eyes aren't supposed to be able to work like that.
I think this is an actual clip. I forget where it's from though.
What? There's one looking at one corner demon and another one looking at another corner demon. How?
He's just built different.
Decade-long residence. The stinging fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away.
Whose fault is
That's
that?
part of the sacrifices I keep bringing up to make this work. I can't have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job.
I don't want him to hear him say that trolls have no life and they're losers ever again, now that we know this post was made.
Exactly.
I haven't had this. I have the screen cap, and every time he called all of us life losers, I'm going back to that exact post he made.
Do it.
Yeah, he is a bit asymmetrical, Urko. He really is. Baby Ruth.
Job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved out here, poof, gone. Unquote. It is clear that he regrets his move.
Poof gone.
Yeah, poof gone. We went ahead and took your money, and we went ahead and moved you to Washington, and it's gone.
It's gone.
It didn't do so well.
And it's gone.
It didn't do
Gone.
so
It's
well.
all gone.
It's gone. It's all gone. Please move aside for people who have money with the bank, sir.
But he cannot accept it is his fault.
I just
That's
gave you
when
money. Oh, no, that's all gone now.
Nope, it's gone.
People ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I
no, he
talk to
doesn't.
tons of people on a daily basis.
Through
A
text.
user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch. Phil responds, I don't have time for in-person friends.
Oh my
I'm
God.
constantly working. You realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This is my life, and has been for quite a long time before I moved out here. Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really. Unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil, some just want to catch up periodically. The majority don't interact in any way. These differences
long-time
create
lurkers.
cyclical
Yep.
arguments. For example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness. Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling. The overall effects are minimal and hardly controversial. Then you have those that feel personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the illegitimate copyright strikes come from. They want Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in this space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy. But in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing, ailing creator. They were persistently hated
I love the images.
within the detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately. Most dedicated channels, Twitter pages, and groups made for the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized, and if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid,
Yeah, he went full psycho, didn't he?
morally confused.
Like, he would stay in Skype calls for, like, hours. Like, 20 hours.
To do what?
Nothing. Just sit there.
Nothing.
He was hoping for people to come in and join
Skype
in and talk.
calls? Oh
Yes.
my.
Overall, an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known
that
to be
was a
full of
page.
purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting. And his
Well, this part is gonna like boost Phil up to the 9, so I think the WWE shit has to be coming.
frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
What?
Okay, for context, Fred Fox and his friends hunted down the guy who made the ED page about the SOK. And pretty much told him why it's not okay to make fun of him. On the website, it's made to make fun of everybody. And they told him why he made the post. And he just said, and I quote, "For the lols."
Yeah.
And they were still mad about it.
Okay, so what? He's supposed to be he's protected, but everybody else is supposed to be able to like be free gratis.
Pretty much.
Okay, well that doesn't work.
guess, if you want to like
Just for the lulz.
It's going to take Phil a long time to
twist my
respond
logic
to
into
this.
black and white there, sure.
No, I mean that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the lulz. Nobody's supposed to get mad or offended.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia Page Dramatica seriously.
There are also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
Okay, well, at least I match a sentiment somewhere.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent because you.
I'm not gonna answer because I'm not interested in that. That's fucked up.
So you're telling me you're not gonna suck a dick for $10 million?
No.
Really? You wouldn't suck a dick. You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some mayonnaise.
Jesus Christ!
For $10 million fucking dollar dues.
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can black hole that shit on the internet. Does the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair as he comes in your mouth, does that bother you?
Metacrat's a great voice. I love his voice.
Oh, what the fuck?
I hope it gets better.
So wrong on so many
Sam.
levels.
Well, there you go. They
Medicare.
refused to answer. But if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking of a number. Every one of them was thinking of a number.
Some comments under this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing. That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to like Phil if these are his trolls. Unquote. On Kiwi Farms, there is a tremendous amount of information detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's campaign of copyright striking DSP via fan art, and his attempts to regulate the community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a twitlonger about it. It is here that Phil revealed that Panda Lee's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Panda Lee's brother's wedding. Quote,
but it was Fallout 4, though.
Yeah, there was that too.
The SOK do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. They actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully.
Wouldn't doubt
it couldn't have been further from the truth. It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? Unquote. After the fall of the sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy, with the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death.
That's funny.
Foods and a gym.
I just snorted. Oh my god. The
real.
Well, I was like, why would a gold gym and a health food shop be there? And then I actually saw this uncrossable bridge of certain death.
Placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, there was bound to be tens, if not hundreds of comments stating two words.
Okay.
Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily
Oh. I didn't know about this. Did you
We
guys?
didn't know. No.
visible.
What was it?
And
So this is okay. I'm going to
Okay.
do this unique
what
unboxing
made it
video.
unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible. And he was doing two
Oh.
things. He was swaying left and right, and he was
Swaying.
doing his famous
Now I
T
see
pose.
it.
X and Y
Phil
axis.
had swayed much in the past,
my
but
God.
rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues.
Yeah, the bad bat. Oh, god damn it.
Oh, God, stop.
The snorting
Stop it!
is blamed on what DSP claims
Dude, why
is
you
a
torture us?
nasal drip. The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig. Combined with his ability to remain online and survive like a cockroach, came the derisive nickname
Pigroach.
Pigroach.
The Pigroach.
His laugh, his sway, his
Hey.
snorts, all could be, and some more, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions. Phil doing these actions in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means
prefer
is he likes the
penne,
pasta.
easy to eat.
But in Spanish, penne means penis. The last item viewers
The black box.
took note in was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice.
Not every
Yeah.
single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe a few times a week at night
Now
to
it's
unwind,
gin,
especially if
Jasper.
it's been a stressful day or if my back's hurting me. And yes, I do have a drink. Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this. I have a drink tonight. I have a gin and tonic next to me, which I'll be sipping from time to time. I won't be downing the whole thing.
It was
Yes, you
not
will.
often that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit.
Gin and
But now,
Sprite?
in addition to
Yeah,
owing
I've
money
heard
to
that.
credit card companies and the like, he in September found that he
doesn't
owed
sound
money
right.
to a fierce collector.
I get this letter, all right? I get this letter, and
Okay.
What is with his hair?
the letter says, "We suspect that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming. Okay? We believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes. Please answer all of these questions for us."
Am I missing something? That sounds normal.
Phil,
Sounds normal
since
to me.
he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes.
Oh my god.
He claims the reason behind this is because he continued to list the services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions, my tax attorney in the state of Connecticut was a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several
Why does any of this matter?
years, and
To
was
make it
one
look
of
like
the
he has
highest
the
accredited
finest of
guys in the state
everything.
of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars to do my taxes.
Thousands.
All right.
Huh. Sounds like you were an idiot and you got rooked.
I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
You got
The important
rooked, dude.
importance of this is now Phil was claiming to
Yeah.
no state taxes since 2014. Stacking yet another reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt. The grander and more dramatic reveal this year was of his new girlfriend. Yet the
Yes, the escort saga.
reveal photos only showed the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and online life, meaning that there will no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP Trizit videos like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scribble
God.
video.
No, just
That was
never
with
again.
this. I think the one that was worse was the first one. This one he's trying, but still, it's still equally bad.
It's bad, but this one is obviously try hard.
This one
Yeah.
is the worst.
This could only be beneficial.
Because you
It
can see his
wouldn't
ass.
allow
Yeah.
Try
viewers
hard.
to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used
Jesus Christ, did he eat that whole thing?
against him, or even the people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have
Nope.
its weakness and
Control.
was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story
the animation
that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break.
Come.
I paid her thousands of dollars or over thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is because I'm not really following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information, too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort with a history with Phil was claiming that Phil had not paid her, and if she did not receive the money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi Farms, she developed a somewhat shallow story of Phil taking her out to dinner and spending a fair amount of money on her. Sprinkled in are notes about his bad credit, his disappointing manhood, and general notes
Oh my god!
on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images.
Okay.
But no one was convinced.
Yeah, I mean, but this is well known.
Did they show? Did they? No, they didn't show the whole thing. What happened? So apparently, this person went into great lengths to say that Phil likes to be pegged.
Oh shit!
Yeah, like this person, and that this person would show legit, like actual pictures of the strap-ons. Like, yeah, you missed this, didn't you, Phil?
I mean, we don't kink shame here, do we?
We don't, but at the same time, it's just we see this and we're like, what the fuck is this?
I mean, yeah, that would latch onto literally everybody in the community instantaneously. But God, at least to their credit, the trolls of Kiwi Farms, at least they didn't like immediately believe it.
Yeah, neither did Secret Limited.
True. Final Hail Mary, this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived was their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitter's photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket. They had a history of impersonating beautiful women and using their images to create profiles on adult websites where the wife would livestream her real body and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered. If there was any doubt left, Phil would cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in my life. Okay, I feel like she's my soulmate. I do. I truly
soulmate.
Do.
Soulmate.
And I
What's
am
up,
in love
Heather?
with her.
Yeah, the only believable thing about Phil's love to be pegged.
I am in love with her.
She's my soulmate. I do. I truly do.
I truly do as I shake my head back and forth.
And I am in love with her.
I am in love with her. No, I'm not.
Absolutely. She's
in love. I shake my head back and forth. I shake my head back and forth.
If she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can probably find a job out here.
And there's the love.
And make income to help immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off. Even if Kat did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream, her uncombativeness was welcome. Where this Kat reveal caused
Hey Kat, do you want to be on stream? I say nay.
Leave, the next Kat reveal only brought frustration. What Phil was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day Phil revealed it, OP Seats terminated their contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
So let's talk, because I want to tell you the full story of how I basically...
By the way.
What's that?
Say the joke again.
I missed that. One more time.
Say the joke again. Repeat it.
Oh, the joke?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was, hey honey, do you want to be on the stream? And Kat says, nay. There we go.
Obtained sponsorship. And then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone. Okay?
Even so,
poor
in
baby.
February, Phil procured a different sponsor but remained with a similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board are disreputable for their style over function. That was not the only reason SpawnSeats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop-shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what? I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it. It is what it is, guys.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Yes!
Yes! Yes!
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know.
God damn, she fucking taking it too, Phil.
It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
I'm 11.
I'm 11.
Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
This Pokemon-themed pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion.
What will Phil do? Pimp sledge, fight, beg, Jin, run.
These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence. This all hardly competed with ongoing events. Relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake, DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja
Derek, you're 11? Really?
Overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration, from the likes of which were rarely, if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slighted PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds as, in not-so-quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil. Like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned the Escort saga. But in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance look like.
Yes!
Yes!
Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into a Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on.
They kept
Camera's on the whole
recorded.
time, huh? I don't even know.
There was a renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as El Crimson King.
Yes!
Yeah!
Fucking piece of
Let's
shit.
go!
This disc? You see this fucking piece of garbage disc?
Yeah.
Puppet.
Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm
I
never
love that
fucking picking it
puppet.
up again. Don't ever ask me to
I wish
play
the
that
puppet
fucking
would
game
come back.
again.
I love
That's
the
the
puppet.
worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh my God.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snort compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail,
Or any detail at all.
I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse, claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended assets account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also advice. A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads, quote, DSP, get a job.
I love it.
This was not even the first time this happened. Last year, a person held up a similar sign, though less legible. Phil, opting to continue streaming to dwindling audience, would suffer the consequences of dealing with his remaining audience. These are superfans that stuck with him regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the majority of trolls lost interest in Phil's cyclical nature. On the other side was a user known as Student Common, or TUT for short. They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage as they could circumvent what will get a normal person banned simply because of their influence. But even Tut pushed this beyond what Phil could endure. After creating much unwanted attention for Phil and Phil pushing back, Tut threatened to charge back the money he donated. A chargeback is when someone donates money, gets the desired effect of having the streamer read their message, and then, in a later date, petitions PayPal or whatever financial medium they're using to get their money back. This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try to charge back some of that money, only to fail as PayPal sided with Phil. This was a victory for Phil, but in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April. What?
This plays into why Phil is labeled as an e-beggar, a person that petitions, guilts, or even demands donations from their audience. While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation,
hint, hint,
Phil's tactics are more direct.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out this year. Making enough money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind. I've got tax payments due.
And WWE Champions time.
My state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April. If I could get through paying the taxes for next year, the federal taxes, their taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions of money launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. Jesus. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs. But also, the donations are disproportionate as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration, and Phil also receives donations that for the time being were not accounted for. Typically, surges in donations or the like are linked to unique or interesting streamers rising in the ranks receiving donations to produce more of their content. And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique. Something no streamer would ever even consider. And that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
Oh my
Alright,
God.
it's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation
I forgot about
is
that.
tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward
This is
my taxes.
unreal.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably raised like around $900 to $950, because every dollar tip I only get 67 cents out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%. So, but it is what it is. Thank you guys.
God.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal. So Phil did a second marathon in April where he made a bit more money as seen through the bar at the top, again stating where all the money would go to.
I said, so people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have.
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And so, in the detractor community, while theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal that Phil had gotten married to Kat and used the funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding.
Mandatory.
But Phil got on stream to quell some of the unrest.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true. Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
And I did. I did 2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that can go towards these taxes, was around, I think, I want to say just under $2,500. But also what people need to understand, which they don't, is that
this is what we need to understand. It's our fault, don't you know? Guys, Phil's a victim.
that normally I
Also, I'll be right back.
Okay.
raise tips, and normally tips go to paying bills. So even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff normally. And so even though I raised $2,500, in reality, it was probably under $2,000 that I had left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response.
Oh my.
His answer is buried in this line, 2 words in his 357-word response. Quote, I misspoke, unquote, meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed. All funds that I raised for taxes and the like are going towards taxes. Not a dollar, not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything. Nothing.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised is unaccountable. What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a conversation with his mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with 2 decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him. Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May.
By the way, we will pop all the member messages and all that jazz with the super chats. So thank you guys for being members. Much love to you. We'll keep going.
9, 2019, Phil tweeted, quote, took a day off the entire internet, but hashtag #ProJaredHilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops.
Okay, and this is yet again something that fucking pisses me off about Phil is he can be under the microscope for something and it's always unfair. It's not, you know, he did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. And he talks about Keem being a misery broker. And then the second that somebody else has something go wrong, he's on fucking Twitter talking about how fucking hilarious it is. Yeah, exactly. Gout back, Phil. It's true.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
Unquote. Now that Pro Jared was going through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-Pro Jared bandwagon. After this resoundingly successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he made this.
The reason I'm doing this is because in the past couple of days, the internet at large has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the
Boy, this sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Sounds
first
like
time in a major way in a long time, in an actual positive light.
My God, it's almost like this is deja vu.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of Slander. In a nearly 2-hour video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here was everything else, from his financial woes, his treatment of his audience, his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies will not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics. His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir up pot
not
sauce,
that.
has no inherent value
Not
to
that.
regular people. But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, what is my favorite drink? I like White Russians. Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal.
Oh, God,
Phil promised
this.
a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark.
2KJ.
Yeah, by the way, if anybody ever wants to just throw $1,000 at me, I will happily show you a cat. I will show you all the cats.
Some even thought that the reveal
Yeah, you
was
gotta
a
make
new
it 2.
cat, which
It's got to be what?
You gotta make it 2K.
Oh my God,
Because
that's right. It was $2,000, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh my God, I always forget that.
Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here. Come on up here, buddy. You want to come up here or you want me to pick you up?
I want you to explain the bald spot in the middle of your head.
Someone who
Yep,
actually is
please.
not a new addition to the family. Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today.
Hashtag justice for
who has been a part of our lives for quite some
Yep.
time, in fact. All right? And it's funny because with all the stuff that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private. Come on up here.
Good God. He's losing his hair here.
Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat Jasper. But users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people did guess that a cat was the thing. The thing, a lot of people say, oh, it's a new cat. It's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
On top of this, Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And according to this
A
username
lot.
graph, the day Jasper was
Whoa.
revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this graph
lot.
relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel, but on the Quarterings,
Oh,
a
God.
creator who is controversial
The
in his own
interview.
right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those ignorant of his rich history to reach him. And even then, there can be stipulations in place to block some of the most demanding questions. Like, how much does Phil owe? Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Okay.
You're right. Where did the load go?
Oh my God.
Normally, a like to dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The Quartering softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly how many care to view it, how many align with the interview. With that in mind, It's a Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric,
Yes.
covered the interview and broke down how Phil
Yep.
misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the Quartering's interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, It's a Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another,
Yeah, big
that
ups to
virtually
Papa
anyone
Gundam.
not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight, information spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms, a user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it.
Oh.
He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dogs of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the Wayback Machine excludes Kiwi Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here. Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc.
Wow.
The KF dog sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your tardians that your main pay whale, DSP, has been saying doing some
I like that
shit.
name.
Which, yes, at the time, are we're going to drop a super dox at a rate of 1 per day on your The King of Hate farm dwelling redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior.
Yeah.
Lull unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip Piss Baby
Lol.
Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire.
Yes.
Standoff continues until Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He's now forced to address this matter on air. Does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad doxing men have done to them is their fault.
Oh my
Not
God.
his because they're stupid and use his forum, lol fair, and have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can see. Which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF and ICD. Dox Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counter offer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about their detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospeds. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry Jane goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours. As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed.
And Greg of the Lake, it depends, right? So if it depends on if Phil is going to be drinking near as much as I did during those reacts.
Bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign,
which I do not recommend, Phil. Don't do it.
Displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions.
Let's go.
The Bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the hands of the detractors.
Let's go.
In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America. Number 4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card. Number 7, $8,500 to a Citibank credit card. Number 8, $13,800 to a different Citibank credit card. Number 9, $15,600 to Citibank. Number 10, $10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number 13, $3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28.
God almighty.
The secured loans with collateral, include his car and Washington condo, which was now his only condo. To add to this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum, or if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just a few years of purchasing it. Instead, he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having virtually no credit, being stripped of what little he accrued and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Yes! Let's go!
Superstar, introducing down from the rafters.
There is not a chance in hell. There is not a chance in hell he does this. There is not a chance. I think I've lost both my co-hosts. I have lost both my co-hosts.
No, I'm still here. Shut. I'm still here. I hear all this. No, I got a phone call that happened. I was like, shit.
Oh, you got a phone call right when WWE Champions comes out? Hashtag doubt. I don't know about that. Let's go.
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush, gotcha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions.
I've already addressed this in the side scrollers. The fact that you guys are listening to this proves you're a detractor and you're a dumb idiot.
It is important to note that Phil has refuted investing into this game to the extent people have claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on
call. I got a phone call. It's like, oh hey, can you come into work? I had to tell him no.
Microtransactions
not going to work today. It's
even
even Labor Day.
Exactly.
However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush, of all games, or what's the other one, Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly the game cheats and it's not very good, but I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to prove is that the account They Call Me DSP is indeed Darkside Phil. If they can attach this account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game.
Yep.
This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that plays the same mobile game.
Big ups.
Big shout out.
Was dragged into this mess through unscrupulous threats.
We're playing WWE Champions, and we're part of a guild called Xena. And the guild,
I think this is during that being said,
unfortunately, was joined by a person that was named They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds, like TJ's guild, would adhere to the detractor demands and remove They Call Me DSP. It is also important to note that besides Phil claiming that he does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online whenever DSP was offline. And whenever he was online streaming, that account was offline.
The thing is, with higher
I think
spenders
he's
or
actually
those more
talking to
invested
him,
in games,
like an interview.
guilds, clans, whatever it may be, drift off their game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This,
the
in most
line
cases,
app.
is Discord.
Yep.
But in other cases, it can be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it popped up with They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under the Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I know nothing about it, but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
A viewer then informs Phil that his number is
How?
tied to the Line app
Exactly.
account, to where Phil changes his tune.
Video bit big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I'd contact the authorities if I were you.
Yep.
Oh my god.
What up, Ramon?
I'm just, seriously, like there's no way to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right?
Correct.
Or there's no possible way that in the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right?
You didn't know.
No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Phil claims two things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoofed number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that,
Phil
when ranting about
Burnell.
John Rambo, he slips up.
Mr. Burnell?
I have nothing to make amends for with Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I'm the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the guy who's still easily reachable.
What this proves is Phil has a Line account,
Well, it's the same
and
phone
also
number.
another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could run with the narrative that just because he has a Line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE Champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
So I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him being in another WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because
I
unlike the
didn't
Line
know
app,
about this.
They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058.
Anonymous.
Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, they never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and
But,
stuff
yeah,
like
he
that.
said he
I had
never
a
had
contact
one.
who I chatted to a Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
I have to rub my head for no goddamn reason whatsoever because I'm totally confident in my statement.
At this point, one can
Ooh,
reasonably
sweat.
deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility to sway his audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play.
Let's go.
His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized, between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100.
Oh my
His
God.
mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 122A, the monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were.
8, 10, 8, 9, damn near 10 grand.
He never made under
All of
$8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, $3,100 for September, $4,400 for October, $4,300 for November, and $4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this form is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month.
Exactly.
What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods
He never
pay
does!
him.
Nope.
He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his
Taxes
content
and
creation
stuff.
job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, "Do you believe it's incorrect/possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months?" He
This ought to be good.
responded with, "It's not just possible, it's true." That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case.
That is not a fucking statement. This is what we did, and somebody said okay. That's all that is. That's not a statement.
But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually include. And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise, regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court.
What a fucking coward.
Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of them and the privacy around them. There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation of his Washington condo, as on page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They Call Me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They Call Me DSP, to the Gun Show 87, to now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollbly.
Down the Rafters was the last name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games.
The gaucho
not even
glasses.
just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018,
Hola, I am down from Raptors.
Hola, I am down from Rafter. I am.
Hola. Yambo is down from the rafters, and I'm not this Philip Burnell. I do not know who Felipe Burnell is. I thought his name was Philip. Hola.
So you think I'm DSP? Yes, we think you're DSP. That is that is so crazy. Why would you think I'm Phil Burnell?
False. Incorrect.
We didn't say we thought you were Phil Burnell. We never said Phil Burnell. We said DSP. What?
What? Huh?
No, what?
All mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. I keep telling you guys this. Mobile games are money sinks. You'll put money into it, you put time into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it.
And I would know because I play them.
That's the truth of the matter. Quit all those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first.
It's Banjo Tooie.
And then you realize you can't actually progress unless you drop money to get all the new cards.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell.
This is
Mr.
Rochelle
Burnell?
Sheffield for the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me.
He's in your office with you?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
Yeah.
Mr. Burnell?
That audio was from a 341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy?
Yes?
Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE Network?
WWE
Network. WWE Network. That is just
Could you
an
repeat that,
on-demand
please?
video service for watching, professional wrestling. That is not business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. But it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
No. It's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be, the cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction in a video game.
What, a microtransaction?
Cost of a piece of new equipment. Maintenance on set equipment every month. It could be the internet, cost of internet every month. It could be cost of utilities necessary for the business. Cost of cell phone for the business.
None of that.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees. But if anything, it did prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
I'm a gamer!
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on. Wait, I don't think these.
What followed was a few seconds of silence. Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations. And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned? Why am I toxic?
This meeting...
The animation works so well with that.
I love whoever did the animation work. They need a raise. Whoever did it.
In terms of wanting to expose Phil was a failure. Phil's bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him over time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs, meant to keep track of Phil's expenses. This, compared to future archiving methods, made these appear rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. Go
Yes!
is a website that scours Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos. The way it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order.
The site sucks, dude.
By date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
And now let's talk a little bit about the high.
This vest is a symbol of our unity together. By the way, we've hit well beyond the tier 0 tips goals here again, guys. Just to remind you, thank you so much for your $0 of tips support and, of course, all the super chats. Greatly appreciated.
Character, I mean, come on. People are saying
if you've never
I'll put on the vest because I have no obligation because I have $0 tips goal. I'll put on the vest.
Correct. By the way, if you guys have never been here to one of my streams before, the tier 0 tips goal is a running gag that I do because I don't have a tips goal.
Let's just look for the vest. Oh my god. I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet if I still have it. I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back.
If I don't have it,
I'll make sure I don't have it. Oh boy.
Look at this tard.
Well, I'm sorry guys, I just couldn't find the I couldn't find the vest. I don't know where it was. It was right there in the closet.
The vest is an item.
The whole joke would have been ruined. Like him laughing. If he just would have come back and be like, "Yeah, I couldn't find the vest while wearing it, while keeping a straight face," it would have been a good joke.
Yeah. Deadpanning it would have been the way to go. Exactly. Absolute deadpanning.
Or in the past, and was being noticed during a retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers, and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing at detractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses.
I wouldn't call that a fashion statement.
Yeah, like it matters. It doesn't matter. Anyway. If we hit the tips goal, I'll wear the vest. If we raise $200, I'll wear the vest and the cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next hour on my Minecraft stream, I will hop on one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the cowboy hat. How about that? See how stupid this shit is? The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're like Twitch streamers that this is what happens and this is what they do. And they make the money too. Like, it's insane. Like, wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream.
Oh, yeah, by the way, so no, Rebsi did not pass out. Rebsi had to step away. Real life stuff happened, but I'm still going to leave Rebsi on the board for Reaper.
People will toss money to it for a crazy stunt.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential of earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go. It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to people want me to...
That would make my day, Brian.
Put on the vest, so...
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
We're not incentivizing those things all the time. It was something silly the other night. Someone joked and said, would I put on the vest for a certain tip? And I said, if we hit the tips goal tonight, I'll put on the vest. And then we hit the tips goal. So I put on the vest, just to be silly. But it's not going to be something that happens every day.
Yes,
if only Phil knew how wrong he was.
Thank you very much. You have just pushed us over. That gets us to $106 in tips. We have reached vest streak number 13. We're on an unprecedented 16 vest streak.
Ew.
We're on a 20 vest streak. Now we're up to 63. We're currently at vest streak 96. Gents, we continue with a 126 vest streak. We are...
Every single time I hear about how many times he hit a vest streak goal for $100 a day, it fucking makes me cringe.
Very closely approaching the 150 vest streak. We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal 138 straight streams. Holy shit, thank you guys.
What Phil's audience concocted was his easiest way to make money yet. If the stream hits $100, he would put the vest on. So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak. Phil also added additional articles of clothing.
No, $100 per stream, so $200 a day.
That could be worn for increased donations. As to double down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless this continues longer than 10 minutes, which it might,
Hey,
but
it's
I'm only
Fire
streaming
Emblem
for
Three
about
Houses.
10 minutes, so no lie, unless we hit the tip skull within about 10 minutes, this is the end of the vest streak. It's going to end at 179. Albert Aponte to $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Alfred tonight, we have...
Oh god, the spinny chair.
Reached the tip's goal.
The vest streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside a stream.
I can't go late. I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over.
I don't want to make
so
this about
I don't know
money,
why
but
people
also
were
give
like,
me
if people
money.
were holding tips or whatever tonight.
On September 8th, Phil had made just $13.
And
While
guess
viewers
what
had pulled
game
through a
killed
few
it?
times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save
For those
it this
that know,
time.
they know.
But yeah, like, I was hoping to keep the vest streak going
For
so
those
that
that
I
don't
could
know,
actually afford both
Paper
new
Mario
consoles
the
and everything
Origami
else,
King killed the vest
so-
streak.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no donator swooped in with a large sum to save the vest streak, and it died on day 276. Phil knew that it had to
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay!
die eventually, yet was greatly
Thank you,
displeased
Paper-
in the
I
moment
think that's
that
the
it
reason why he
happened.
won't go back to Paper Mario or play the new one or the remake.
Yeah, because it killed it. Yeah.
The next stream, Phil was quick
Imagine
to
he
try
plays it with the king streak and it dies.
to find a different trend.
Now, my wife had a crazy suggestion.
Oh my god, this is it. This is it.
Look at that face. That's
Oh,
a face
dear
of pure
God.
disgust.
If you are unfamiliar with the spinning chair, I am sorry for you in advance. I don't. You're gonna physically cringe.
All right.
Yeah, we hate you.
I know people are immediately gonna jump on this, but because it's fucking stupid and embarrassing.
Yes.
But my wife said, if you hit a tier 2 tip skull, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this? This is her 100%. This was her suggestion. All right, you ready?
I put a gun in my mouth.
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept
Well,
the
no
articles
shit.
of clothing as standard reward for the tip skull. Yet, with the streak gone, so was all the hype, and Phil's earnings dipped once more. Taking this opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to make cameos.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
Dark
that's
Side
right.
Phil. It's Kevin Nash. I mean, I've fucking read some disturbing things in my life, but Jesus Christ. I mean, you spent $40,000 on the WWE Championship mobile game. You went into bankruptcy for half a mil. You play video games all day long while your wife works her ass off. You masturbated on YouTube live stream. They wanted to prosecute you, but they said your penis was so small they couldn't actually make it out. So they couldn't tell whether you were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin tag. And I got you
Classic.
dossier from the fucking almighty fucking egg gang. I said to myself, this is a sick puppy. This is somebody who needs some fucking serious fucking help.
Dark Side Phil, what the fuck is your problem, dude? How the fuck do you have such a great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt? What a fucking idiot. Valedictorian of what? Fucking Muppet fucking theater, you moron.
Dark Side Phil doesn't understand the depths to which he has sunk. So first and foremost, spending 40 grand on WWE Champions mobile game? At least gamble it away. But on the mobile game, embarrassing. And the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going 500 grand, 500 large in debt, embarrassing.
It is important to remember that both his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side. His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Yeah, that was a real thing.
Like I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he donated to Phil. But why would he donate so much?
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get a rise out of Phil, bans were common. But because he was donating, so were unbans.
Over time, I would say things that sometimes get me banned, but eventually I just send an email and I'll get unbanned.
Like with most donators with the intent to troll Phil, Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did, so unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's
damn
license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint.
Yep, this.
Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus. Why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters." Unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PW Dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group. With this information, a rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous, or Anony for short, was in talks with Kiwi Farm members to verify themselves and leak both the secret Discord chat logs and prove Phil had doxed PW Dubs. But Phil was catching on. Now in 2021, this came to a head mid-March.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats, like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to Dark Side Phil leaks. I mean Dark Side Phil docs PW Dubs. He made that the title.
Following this, and Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing of PW Dubs and his secret Discord.
So his question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
So you lied.
Yep. Lies.
Yeah.
The doxing, the Discord, and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous, in his post, made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in a small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord and the fact that PW Dubs censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW Dubs' partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil.
Agreed.
And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone is a potential target. All elements of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment.
Oh yes.
Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of his streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous's alternative fur baby fetish Twitter was noticed, that's all they got. The contents of this Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Thank you, Joon.
Stop, he's already dead.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. They had it's like so much stuff in this vortex. It's crazy. It's like so many.
With Anonymous's image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that! There's some kind of a glitch.
What?
Oh
no, this is it. This is you got kicked out of Twitch.
Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch. Everyone's subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell? Apparently, something just happened very bad, is what happened, guys. Apparently, something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away. Permanently. Apparently, they kicked me out of the partnership program, and I don't know why.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips Tracker spreadsheet is equipped with table
big shout out to Piece of Peace.
Analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played, who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and
Imagine
Twitch.
Phil seeing that
Phil's
name, like, he
excuses
tried to
for
stalk
spending
me on
habits,
Street
and as it were,
Fighter.
he begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges
That's an ugly
to pay
picture.
the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because they canceled it.
Phil, on May 6, nearly 2 weeks after being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if we look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips.
Oh look, it's math.
Not YouTube, not
It's
Patreon,
data.
just tips.
It's like information that can be used, and why we fucking hate you, Phil.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage, because I don't even know what's going to happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not for all the work that I did last month after being losing my partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month. I have no other income apparently, because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything, because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes, and the stuff for the rest of the month. As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well, and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday. Yeah. Please support this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow.
His marathon goal was $3,000. What the fuck?
He was hoping that people would give him that money.
Oh my god.
Pay my mortgage, so if you can, please support.
That was Phil, throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week.
Oh
the
my god.
next week.
Oh my god.
Unquote. This vagueness will no longer fly. On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually financially destabilized, he doesn't know or keep track of his finances.
I don't know. I'm not really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making. It's ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0. Yeah, because I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know.
I don't want to make this about money, but also give me money.
Maybe get
What
out of this
game was
chair
this? I
for
forget.
20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You take a break, fuck it.
Jesus.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150.
Hey, look, it's only Ice Cook.
Oh god, that fucker.
While others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here. It's platinum vest. I'll put the vest on. Fine. I'll sweat. I'll sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream, I'm wearing this vest. All right.
Did you hear that?
Fucking
It would be nice. It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice, since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes, if we could hit the tips goal.
Guys, you have to understand, if somebody's going to sweat profusely, that entitles them to an extra $50. I don't know if you know this. Right? This is actually certifiable law. Yeah, it's actually really weird because I don't remember seeing people run out and giving Olympians $50 when they were at the Olympics sweating, like after, they were running and doing, crazy physical stuff. But yeah, no, apparently it's law.
Or the guy that what was it that ran to light the Olympic torch? Yeah, he didn't get his $150.
Yeah, well, just But if you didn't know that, right? So if you have a significant other and they're out mowing the lawn right now, and you see them sweating, because they're sweating, you now owe them $50. So just a heads up. I hope you guys understand the laws of Phil.
I would really appreciate that. All right, I'm just saying. Sonic Hat Defense Force to me $1.30. He says, don't you think you're being oblique? $150 for suffering a few hours sounds fine to me. That's because you're stupid.
God!
Of all the flavors. Out of all the flavors he chose to get toxic.
Fault.
God!
Seriously, that's because you're stupid. If you don't understand that...
Why are you doing this to me?
Sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole. And I mean that. How dumb can you be?
God!
I might as well just fucking, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way.
What?
Like what?
What do you do that puts you in harm's way? What?
He streams.
Yeah, that's it. He has the risk of blood clots, you guys. He has the risk of blood clots.
Oh my god, he might die of a heart attack.
God, I could hope. In Minecraft.
Yes. If you don't understand the difference between, let's purchase a hat that's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your
alien,
body.
calm down.
It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right?
Being
Versus
hot is unhealthy.
A fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something.
A few minutes. Guys, did you guys know that at costume parties you show up, as soon as you've shown up, you take one lap around the party and then you change into street clothes?
You don't get the difference?
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself.
Oh, the King!
King, let's go!
And of course, moments like these on stream.
Now, there was a gun.
Her butt cheeks are deadly weapons? What?
Did you get?
Where did it go?
Big juicy
What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared. Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a gun.
The one right there?
Yeah, no, right? Staring right at it.
That one?
Die.
Pick it up,
He had
Phil.
a big ass gun I wanted.
Oh my god, this can't be real.
And I didn't get it.
Walks away.
Oh my god.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors,
Deathloop.
I think so.
fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that
GDC!
Yes!
These new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels. The flow is motivating, and most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example.
Oh my god.
I want you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
Thank you for this, Phil.
Vanilla magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
We're back.
The top 3 comments on this video read, quote, "The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him. What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at."
It's so brutal.
Unquote.
It is.
During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
Bank leaks.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's the Phil. About Phil.
I also love the background. It's the Phil show.
Committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on
they're bank leaks.
Bank of America, using their telephone and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem and you're part of the issue, and you are going to be held accountable too.
Hold me accountable. Go ahead.
It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well. So
how's that?
Phil,
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know?
it's just we can't do it.
This event
Just
would be
I mean, she's already been fucked and then drowned in Kool-Aid. We already know this.
Oh, I'm not a crook.
known
Phil
as
Nixon.
the bank leaks. Charted, graphed, and described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft.
Yeah, did you report that, by the way? Or remind me, Phil, did you report that? Please tell me. Please tell me that you didn't. You didn't report it. Why didn't you report it? I forget. Was it because you said that the detective told you that they only work sex and human trafficking? Because I called that detective and he said you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, and he even said, "Nah, we do that all the time."
Yeah, exactly.
A federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone messing around in one of my accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that
I hope that gets brought up in this documentary.
This was happening.
Oh, there's no. He closed the documentary out well before I did that.
At the same time, Phil gets a notification
It would've
that
been
someone
funny if he
has
did.
stolen his.
That would have been great, but no, it was well. He said he closed out the documentary probably 3 months before I did that.
Identity right at the same
by
time.
the way, you said it was coming up on the 3rd, right?
I
So
still
tomorrow?
haven't heard anything.
The bank leaks come out, and
it's a holiday, so it may come out on the 3rd. So we'll see what Tuesday has in store for us.
possibly trigger
Hopefully.
a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope. The reason becomes clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious. And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts. Several transactions of $11, $16.51, and $100.
Let's go!
Let's go! Me!
And there was much rejoicing.
And $9. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings.
Oh my
In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions. These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature. In September 2020 alone, the month the vest streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction. And that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them.
Exactly.
But the correlation between the bank leaks and his purchases are so tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just ignore it altogether. There is no...
And did you see that it was Puget Energy? And when we were on the stream, I was like, here, let me look up his energy company, and it was that Puget Energy.
Yeah, you're like, done.
Yep, done.
Oh, what about his water bill? Done.
This one without a strong explanation,
His
which
internet,
Phil
done.
cannot muster. This
Like,
was
all of
not
it can be easily found. The problem is that you're not going to show it flat out.
Exactly.
even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But there is one streamer that forgot to turn off the camera.
Hey, it's PewDiePie Cinema Toast Skin.
Do you know? Have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
Nah, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms.
Both of them.
Quote, let me preface with this. I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL.
Oh, no!
I can't
Not Kool-Aid, girl!
No. I can't
Not this!
unfuck her sister, I can't unfuck her sister,
I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in. So she brought her hobo pack.
Oh, no.
She had a panic attack shortly after. So we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dink, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices.
This is better than I ever thought it could be.
Oh God, no! Yeah, not the hobo pack.
Oh no!
If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law.
Kool-Aid girl, my only love.
This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here, we're gonna name Phil! Yay, let's name him!
Oh no.
Phil?
Phil.
Yeah.
And
You look up at you like, huh?
It sounded like it snorted at her. Oh my God.
You are now Phil, and you fill one. Phil fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random NPC Phil is phenomenal for many reasons. To start, the NPC she named is a piglin. Phil,
Okay, so it did snort.
Phil's derisive nickname is Pig Roach. Both of them are known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to—
Yeah, you're farming gold or something like that. Or no, you feed them gold and it farms an element for you, right?
I don't know Minecraft very well.
Okay, hold on.
Exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin.
Yes.
The piglin will also attack you if you are not wearing a gold item.
Phenomenal.
This greed and desire for gold from the NPC is just another reason this chance occurrence is remarkable.
I'm gonna get gold out of you, Phil. I'm gonna get all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard that VTubers, unlike— Can you—
I'm gonna farm gold out of you, Phil. That needs to be clipped into a soundbite.
I'm gonna feed you gold. I'm gonna farm you, Phil. God Almighty.
Yeah, content gold.
Creator Mock Phil.
I think the good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum.
Does this guy have Hank Hill energy? Because I'm getting that goddamn it Bobby type draw from him.
Almost.
He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible.
You can't unhear it now, can you?
You can't.
Which, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, I literally can't tell.
It kind of does.
And he's
You
just
have a
really
problem? I
committed.
can't tell if it's an act or are you serious?
Guara? Okay, I'll have to look him up because I'm loving his voice.
Not him. That's not. No, Guara's the shark girl. This is not him.
Oh,
This is
okay.
not Guara. Hey, it's Pippa.
How'd you even do that? But that's the problem with DSP, is he blames everybody else for his problems instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
Yes! Pippa ain't wrong!
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
Oh, yes!
That's
Tears
a lot
of
of
the
balls.
Kingdom.
I love this.
What are we doing with these balls?
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Oh my
We're making like a
There's... Huh?
excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically know what we're doing, even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
I see.
While the VTuber properly solves a puzzle with the items laid out, Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
long and tedious way.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
Clip that
This,
one,
without
bitches.
doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP, and there will be
I
many
actually
more to
was
come.
glad that I actually made this. Was it a good idea, bad idea with this? It was a good
idea,
time.
Bad idea.
Because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year
Good idea.
plan.
I found footage of it on Twitter, and I actually gave credit to where I found the footage from. It was good footage.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
bad idea. It was with Phil.
Of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify
10-year
myself
plan's
enough on
back.
the internet that now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore, right? Now
You're the
I'm
guy.
known for other things.
You're the guy. That's different.
Right? You can watch my podcast, you can come to a React event, you can see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant
it was
requests
like
for
live stream
donations were on
fails.
an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within
swing by.
6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast.
Oh, God damn it.
This was toxic as fuck.
A criticism
Agreed.
within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this React was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on the stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
But
this multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only
I
time
don't want to make this about money, but also give me money.
that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon
Here it
was
comes.
the pre-stream
Here it
and a
comes.
Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams
Money, please.
of people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
I'm back.
Hey, Rebsi, welcome back. You've missed so much.
Well, Reaper wasn't here, so you're good.
Yeah, that's true. But we left your avatar up for him to look at.
Hey, what up, Lynn?
Hey,
We are enjoying this fucking documentary.
It's very good.
Dude, this has been straight up catharsis. This has been what I have needed for about the last week. Because, we all we don't live in isolation, but we do live in isolation. And so every now and again, you just kind of think, my God, does this bother anybody else? Are they seeing what I'm seeing? Does anybody else think about these contradictions and these other things? And then Joon shows up and he's like, did you mean all these contradictions? Because I've gone ahead and categorized them for you.
And then we're staring at it going, Joon,
we love you.
Thank you.
We love you so much.
No, it's like, and there was much rejoicing.
And there was much rejoicing. Yay.
This is where...
But it was not like more like, yay. It was more like, yes!
Yes!
Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword.
He is doing solids.
This slowest. Oh, yeah. Oh. I never thought to look this up. I cannot believe I've never thought to look up slowest.
This is very important because typing it into pig go shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support.
Yes.
And it's always my slowest night,
I feel like such a fucking idiot. Normally,
you would always say it's slowest.
I am pretty good about data mining, especially in terms of when I'm looking to target proof that somebody is doing something. I cannot believe I did not think to look for this.
Conclusion of Earthbound, it was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really sucks. This is one of the slowest days I've had.
I am so ashamed of myself.
The Call of Duty stream today was one of the slowest streams I've done in ages. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, hey, look, it's...
What
was it? Amnesia of the Bunker.
Oh, look, Phil's a victim.
It was always hit or miss. Sometimes it'd be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money. The discussion of Phil eventually found its way to Critical Stream, which came secondary to the discussion of a different creator.
Ron Jambo out here throwing some hot shade my way. I am slow. You are correct.
Obviously, I want to finish it. You know.
Hey,
but
voice critical.
I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well,
yes!
Oh yeah!
Let's go!
Yes!
H the Claude is back at it!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his phone was a rather familiar-looking layout. As was quickly pieced together, Phil was logged into WWE Champions.
Yep. Yeah, Pescador.
The game he states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money.
I don't play them, guys.
You guys? After time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, but was finally caught in this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything.
Now I'm actually curious if that shit got added in Veega. I don't think so, but...
Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable.
Oh no, we do that all the time.
Keep this in mind, he might skip this.
Yeah, he might.
Place trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
Well, again, he did look at the timestamps, and he's like, I'm going to cover this, and he knows which ones he's gonna skip.
Oh, of course he does.
For some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't...
Yeah, well...
That's what you do.
Kettle name's Potts. Have we met?
right before his snort, because of course.
The timing could be perfect.
I'm
Really?
sorry, you, I mean, how dumb can you be
You
to not understand that being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do? Oh my god, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with
you did that with the vet bill, saying that he needed blood work, and apparently he was being scammed, and you bought a fucking joystick.
Yeah,
You did it with your parents. My parents might be dying. I need money to see my parents.
Gets married.
I'm not gonna ever lie to you. And
Hey, I need that money to fix my broken bathroom. Gets $1,000, and all of a sudden, hey, I need more money, please.
No, it's not. I can't use that money, guys. I have to wait until I get real money. What you guys gave me was fake money. It was Monopoly money. It was coins. I refer to it as coins now to disassociate the fact that you are actually giving me U.S. currency.
You're giving me pesos. I want our USD, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, for some people, that's not good enough, I guess.
The truth. I work for more
Whatever.
Clinic. I
Fuck
came
those
here to
people.
help you.
We know you're spreading the plague.
Phil lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy files remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the detractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism.
All
And
you
this
miss is the
someone
Nazi
works
hat, and you're good.
Do what now?
All he's missing right there is the Nazi hat, and he's good.
Oh my god.
with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism.
Nice.
It wasn't even a softball, it just straight to it.
I think he might have autism.
Lonely.
Yeah. Do you know the clip that I use? I use the "He's Just Like Me" for real when he has when Russian Badger has his friend playing the one character in Tom Clancy's Siege that actually has autism, and like everybody goes death quiet, and she goes, "I have autism." And literally everybody busts. That's what this sounded like. I think he has autism.
That's cat. That needs, yeah. Someone said add that to the soundboard.
That's going on the soundboard. Don't even worry.
Yeah.
I want it.
I think he has autism. And this is coming from someone who has it. Because I've got a low level autism, Asperger's, which formerly called as. And I think I don't hate it because I've been following him for so long. I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird, like this is someone I've known. I don't really know him, but this is someone I've known. The only person I really followed on YouTube for so long, and I felt some kind of attachment, like a buddy in a sense, and I thought, oh, my buddy's in trouble.
How is he going to answer? How is he going to go against the narrative now? He never talked to my supporters.
Yeah, that's
you can't
gonna
escape this one unless it's gonna make up a random lie, which doesn't make sense.
Or he's probably gonna make up some bullshit that the detractors proclaim to be a fan, and they're just fabricating this.
Very well could be.
I should help him out, you know.
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his entire fan base. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base,
Brian,
but
that's
as
exactly that.
Yeah, they'll claim you were detract. Yeah,
his infamy grew and his content stagnated. The only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators. But consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have
and also he provides meaningful content.
Oh yes, completely meaningful, whatever the fuck that means.
Habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400. I followed a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them with not even a subscription. I think Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so just now I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out.
Bruh, there you go. That's why he didn't talk to him.
Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you
Gamer J. Lee.
You get people like Gamer J. Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite Gamer J. Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil will try to make Gamer J. Lee seem incredible.
Really?
It's about me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me and
oh
my
god,
family.
I hope he brings up King Be Cool.
And he's regular in detractor circles and all that, and I'm like, so what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you? I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Optimally, this is as far as it would go. But when you factor in, this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience is sliding directly from Phil. Those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely, will take their obsession and twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up in the crossfire. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people like Mighty D and, stuff that are great, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth.
Oh, hey, shout out.
But then there's the mentally deranged ones. And I got to say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination, even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as an alleged employee of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law,
okay, that is kind of fucked up.
Contact Phil's father to expose Phil,
but also
I can't unfuck her sister, you know?
And totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the side-scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil.
Yes.
Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of ScrewAttack that has gravitated towards podcast-style shows and gaming coverage. Stuttering Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations. And while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring
the heat.
Dark Side Phil to his knees, crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are into. Phil has put out guidelines, and Craig has paid Phil. What? What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, just in case something sketchy happens, unquote.
Wow.
And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler
annihilated him.
Introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Dark Side Phil. Phil, how are you?
And then we have just the immediate cringe joke to open. Yay, Phil.
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss an episode. While the hosts are appreciative of Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were to
But are they sticking? Are they staying though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
Yep.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances.
All right, boys.
Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know.
Oh, you made it about race. You did.
Where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Make this quick. This is legendary.
All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
Put the kid in the vehicle. Stay with her.
God damn.
That's right. She's too valuable to escape. She's worth lots of money.
Okay, I still don't understand how this joke can be taken any other way other than black child slave trade. I do not understand how that can be taken any other way. Even knowing, even though you don't know at this part of the game that the sheriff is corrupt, even knowing the sheriff is corrupt, whatever.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself, stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Geez, your mortgage, because if you work from home,
count.
I guess that's part of it. I don't know.
Not a business expense.
That's not a business expense.
All of your utility bills that apply.
Wrong.
You operating the business.
Absolutely wrong.
Hold on, Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff.
Okay, now I need the Michael slamming the desk saying "thank you" as a soundboard thing.
I mean, like,
I might get that for you later.
Specifically, no, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act
Always.
confused
He
in what
feigns
his
ignorance.
business expenses
Yep.
are, when Phil clearly stated in the Bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, including, like I said, cost of video games, cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games, cost of internet.
Phil successfully convinced the host that he was unaware of what was categorized as a business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
Yes.
Versus.
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions, but not as the Down the Raptors account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Some many over hundreds of dollars.
He has been, Mars,
that
I
have
think.
been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks. Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing. But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
I'll have to consider it twice.
And vouch for you.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing. I'll consider it,
risk,
but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE Champions account, his internet cut out.
Let's circle back.
Miraculously.
I'm back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Oh,
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table as he could have created or manufactured a fake account.
Bingo, bango,
Another
bango.
consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil. Keemstar was particularly relevant, not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast.
Keem, you are someone who...
And was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money.
Yeah.
It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
Yeah, blood money.
The algorithm sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost it in his chat. I'm like, I cannot believe that you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
Yeah, fast forward 18 months and Keem and Darkside Phil unlock the throat goat Gotlock 9000.
The Lolcow Podcast was eventually made with
suck
without Phil's attention.
It's Mega Gout. He's gone from suck to blow.
And without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated. So if it came out true that Phil was addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid. Pretty much there's no solid evidence that proves anything 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because he does often say, I'm low on money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still probably watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of unchanging hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end to deaf ears and exists to be mocked. He has what would be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies are constantly swelling in ranks. Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared to other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure. And being that the only people that interact with him daily, sans his wife, are those utterly obsessed with his life, Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
God damn.
And that's it.
That was very good.
God. Yeah, he ain't gonna like that. He ain't gonna like that in the goddamn slightest. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna say
all
he
these
gonna
super
hate
chats
it.
are great.
Nope.
But remember,
And now I get
you
to.
don't matter unless you tip.
Damn it! I'm trying.
JWesso989
Thank you,
has
JWesso,
just
for the
super
5.
chat $5.
I turned on.
He should DoorDash himself some lubricant cause he is getting ran through raw.
God damn, that's great.
Yep.
I went and hit play to like just get them all updated and see what I had.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna update mine as well for the ones that attended the stream beforehand before it got redirected here.
Yeah, so what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to switch something over here real quick, guys. I hope you don't mind. So chat is going to keep going, but it's I'll have to come back to, actually, let me open a separate window for it as well. Give me 2 seconds. So copy, paste.
Yep.
It may double up here for a second, so bear with me, and I apologize that it does. And now let me go to fan funding. Okay, so we're going to hopefully not get a whole bunch of these, but we did. No, it didn't go through. Great. So I'm not going to be able to pop you up on the screen. I apologize for that. So first we have Jay Wusso with a 5 that we already said he should DoorDash himself some lubricant because he is getting ran through raw, which I was not expecting him to get ran through quite this hard. I was worried that this was going to be like a fucking softball, and no, he went hard. Urko with the $1.99. That's my AdSense. I don't know you.
I had to stop it for a moment because of that.
That one was fantastic. Justin Norris working out on at an empty gym, listening to Broside with the $1.99. Thank you. Urko with the $1.99 as well. Thank you very much. And jealous. Empty gyms are always very nice. Chad Mullins became a member of the Gym Rats. Chad Mulliken became a member of the Gym Rats. Thank you so much. Uckbuck the Black donated 2 and said, Dent builds PC. LOL God, they're so regarded. Sad. Yep, it was kind of bad. Cat with the AED 10, which I think is Australian, maybe? The game reminded me of good old Gary's mod. That was when he was trying to crouch jump. I remember that. RS Nerd with the 2. The schedule doesn't care about the fire alarm tube. Yes. Yeah. We had to unbox the Final Fantasy 13. Brian A becomes a gym neophyte. Thank you very much for that. Lunar Guardian with the $1.99. Shout out to Fly Eagles Fly. Thank you very much, Lunar. Pope Supercomet Jizzler popped their member message, says the actual blue collar community hates you, Phil. Mars, thank you very much for being a member for 3 months. Mars Champ, Bilotti, and Nugs Medallion all popped their gym newbies for 2 month, 1 month, and 1 month respectively. RS Nerd with a 5 says context, Joon said unaccountable because he chose not to verify the bank leaks or talk about them. I don't know. It looked like he talked about the bank leaks there for a second. I don't know. RS Nerd with another 5 says, if Phil's lawyer didn't pignatize the judge about the trolls, this would have never been approved outside of COVID. This was a miscarriage of justice. Pig, horse, pepper, cherry, slot machine, and I can't tell what the last one is. Wesley H with a 5 also said, if Phil somehow got onto financial audit with Caleb Hammer, his brain might fry, or he'll finally tell the truth. Yeah. I don't understand how no one knows. He doesn't know where his... Look, I've gotten into credit card debt before. It's been bad. But I knew where all that money went. I knew where it all went. RS Nerd with a 10. Kool-Aid girl, my only love. Yes. I can't believe he covered that. But, Topical.
I can't like unfuck her sister, you know.
He did. No, he did cover it. He brought it up a bit. How,
No, I
someone
know.
accused her.
I didn't think he was going to. Is what I said.
Oh,
and then
right.
he did. But topical still. I can't unfuck her sister. You know. RS Nerd with another $5. If you didn't know who Trill Hank is, you do now. You're welcome. Since I have room, I'll add. I think he's also Jet Neptune, but I asked Eggy and he said he's not. Thank you again there. RS Nerd with another 2 says RTU's doc is a light razzing compared to this ack, and truly it was. After seeing RTU's, I was like, that was kind of, I could have fallen asleep to that. And this one was just fantastic. RS Nerd with another $5 says, guys, stop mailing me gold and physical checks. I need PayPal credits. Ack. Which tracks, absolutely tracks. And then last but not least, and this one I can actually bring up on the board because it's in my purview here, from Aaron Tabor with a $5 says, big ups for the quality content while I drive 11 hours. So guys, thank you all for those. As they come in now, I will shout them out live. I'm not going to turn notifications back on because my setup is ghetto as hell, and I'm afraid all of those are going to come through at once. So after that, I will do so. But Veega, what you got, bud?
Well, I was going to say, this was from the other one. I didn't shout them out because due to the fact that I had to push it over to your redirect because I was having technical issues, but that's all taken care of. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thanks for
Comcast.
Yeah, fuck Comcast. Fuck the weather. I had J-Dog who gave me a Norwegian krone. He said, Merry Christmas, like 59 Norwegian krone. Merry Christmas, everyone, and to all a good filtening. And then our Nerd gave it a $3 spot. He was like, Merry Goutmez, here's a greenback for each ack and a gun with a water gun. Then Blame Your ISP with a $1.99 said, woo, watch party. And then we have King B. Crow was like, with the 2 spots, like, big ups to Rebsi, BSB, yeah, Bros, I feel, and Veega, big ups to you, Kings. Yeah, I tried.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
Yeah, there's nothing you could do.
Nope. Vanguard gave 2. He said, big ups, I should be in bed, but I gotta see this. I think everyone had to. I even just got out of bed so I can see this. And then Eric O gave the $1.99. Pork's back on the menu, boys. There's that. And then there's Crescent Cannon with a $1.99. Bought this roll to this fill pack. And then we had another one which was a United Arab Emirates Durham gave the 10, which is testing the super chat. Holy Snortorola, guys. Or Snortorilla. And then there's Crescent Nerd with another $1.99. The DSP Cope and Retcon is going to be good. Which I heavily agree. It's going to be
I can't wait for it. I know he's doing it tonight. I am toying with the notion. So Nugs asked if I'm going to go over something else. I could take a look at what else is up content wise. I am toying with the notion of taking a look at his evening stream tonight and live reacting to it. But I don't know. The lady is already kind of like, it's Labor Day, you son of a bitch, why aren't you spending time with me? And I was like, you don't understand.
Yeah.
Check the community post at Ludicrous, but I linked it already. Check that really quick.
Okay. Hold up. Direct messages. Vladi Philinsky. So I was watching.
Not that. The one before.
Oh. Okay, so YouTube, Mr. Ludicrous's channel. That's where I come to rant. Let me take a look. Someone just informed. Oh yeah. I read this. Said someone just informed me that I've been removed from the Joon the King thumbnail along with everyone else except DSP. Turns out an army of my trolls sent Joon a montage of bad things I said back in 2010, even though I've changed to become more positive. But of course, I'm Mr. Ludicrous. I'm not allowed to get a fair shake. Snort.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
Yep. Let me see if I can't bring that up here real quick. There we go.
Yeah, he's not allowed.
Yeah.
Also, I just found this on Twitter. I need you to see this.
Okay.
Yeah,
let me,
fuck that guy.
Okay. Let me get that one. Let me copy.
From a very muscular style dude. I need you to see this.
Okay. Hold on. Gotta pause it. Get it to the main window. Get it to the main window. Come here. Main window. Come here. There we go. So I was watching that being said when I noticed this. Okay, so turn it up and bring it back. And here we go.
Disavow
the pedophile Derek. Okay, let's hear it. I hope we're gonna answer it directly.
Ooh, he tiny, but that's okay.
Wow. He's literally built like me. For real, for real, for real.
Lanky boy.
So to be clear here real quick, all right? I've never had a problem with lanky boys. I've actually showed a picture of myself from back in my high school days, and I looked exactly like Meerkat in terms of body. Oh shit, Marsh Champ with the 20 says, good job getting through this somewhat destructive doc. I think we all know what Phil is going to avoid discussing. Absolutely. Thank you, Marsh Champ, for the 20. That was very kind of you. Did I made sure I got everything else because I didn't have my chat window up, so I didn't even see that slide through. That almost skipped by me. Ooh, that would have been bad. I wouldn't have thanked you, and then I would have been like, Phil, we can't have that. But like Meerkat being like, I don't have a problem with the dude being skinny. That's fine. I have a problem with Phil. I have a problem with Phil being skinny due to the fact that he has muscular atrophy and the fact that. Did anybody else get absolutely blasted by that fucking forum post where he was like, I will fuck you up, and you better hope to Christ that if you shoot me that you hit, because otherwise I'm going to kill you by punching you in the throat?
Oh God! Yes.
Like at the very beginning. No, I'm not body shaming Meerkat. As a matter of fact, I'm defending him. I'm defending Meerkat. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, to be honest, he's literally built like me, for real.
Yeah, and Phil ain't skinny. No. But Phil purporting to be like some fucking uber badass whatever just hits me all sorts of wrong. That's kind of one of the main reasons I started detracting. Yeah, I feel like killing anyone anytime at all. And I had never seen that forum post ever. I hadn't seen TBS cover it, Densky Scrolls cover it. I had never seen that. Jay Wusso, I did see the treadmill thing. That actually caused some PTSD. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I ran for 30 minutes straight, bitch. No, you didn't. You did not run for 30 minutes straight. You are a fucking liar. Just straight up. Let me see real quick if there's anything worth a damn out there, let's say on the Duty Streams front here for funsies.
Oh no, Duty Streams isn't doing anything. He was demonetized, remember? He's trying to get it back.
I know he's trying to get it back, but I just wanted to be sure that is correct. There's nothing there. Mr. Hogan, I believe he shut down as well. Again, I haven't seen him pop out anything, but we'll find out. Yep, 11 days ago was his last, so the last one.
I mean, did you cover the whole thing with Phil covering the super crazy interview that he did with Pescator?
No.
There's that. And there's also the one where he's talking about he wants Craig on. There's that on Hate Army.
Hate Army, bruv.
Yeah, it's the Hate Army, bruv.
Shout out to Hate.
And then there's also Brand New to stream, and he's still going. And then there's also, who was it? Fuck, I'm trying to think of it. There's also Memology that showed off Call of Duty, the Black Ops 6 beta. Oh. There's also the Wukong stuff.
Well, I think we can get through the Pescator stream here real quick. I want to get through Pescator's, and then, because it's a 20-minute, that ain't bad.
I was going to say, shout out to Pescator, by the way. He's a chill guy.
Yeah, for sure. I understand that you went on his stream that other day, as opposed to being online, you son of a bitch. No, I'm joking.
Talking about the whole, well, he did offer, and I was bored. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to see what he's doing. So it's like, I'm just going to chime in, go into the whole thing with Keemstar, and it was boring.
Hey, funnily enough, actually, I saw Ghost McFry said Chill Murray is streaming. Funnily enough, I don't know what I did to Chill, but he has me blocked on the Twitters. I recently found this out. I was like, wait, what did I do? And but apparently something. Yeah, well, I mean, to each their own. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Let's see what this has to offer.
Shout out to Hate.
Good vibes. Shout out to Hate.
Shout out for Hate.
Shout out to Hate. Shout out for Hate.
I usually play that at like slow speed, like normal speed.
Oh, sorry. Well, I bumped it.
Thank you for the.
No, but you're good. We gotta get through this as quick as possible.
Right.
Okay, I asked for 150. I got 150. So now, of course, we got to move that goalpost to 200 likes. Let's get 200 likes on the stream right now. We have over 600 viewers. And also, let's work on these tips a bit. You know, my daily goal to keep the King Streak going, to hit it 26, is $150 today. Let's get that going.
I don't know
Please,
what I
guys,
did.
if you're going to contribute, consider tipping to get that moving. All right. So I showed you my new equipment, which is pretty dope, right?
All it was just a mouse and a keyboard. That was it.
Yeah, I saw Atlas mentioned the mouse he had, and I was like, oh, what type of mouse is it? Literally the same one I have.
All right.
And you know
Is
what's
a
funny,
follow-
though? He buys himself a new mouse, plays with the controller instead.
Go figure.
On the whole situation with this detractor, super crazy.
I don't know. I'm going to find out, Henry Varro.
Publicly threatened to sue me in a YouTube video. Okay?
God,
and he immediately opened up a fundraiser because the guy's broke. All right? So he opens up a fundraiser.
Oh my God.
To raise $10,000.
Mainly starts with slander against
Hi
him.
there, Kettle. Name's Potts. Have we met?
Dollars for him to retain an attorney and try to sue me. What he's suing me for isn't even clear in his video. Like, he has no legal argument in the video. What he lays out is a very weird conspiracy theory situation where he thinks that at one point I flagged a video of his for bullying. Okay.
This is the shirt of butt plugs.
Okay. He does know that I did flag
It
one of his
is.
videos
I
for
didn't
DMCA
notice it
takedown,
till
but then I
now.
retracted it. And then he got his partnership on YouTube suspended for bullying. And he thinks that I'm the one who got that to happen, despite the fact I don't work at YouTube. I have no clout with YouTube. I'm a rinky-dink small-time streamer. He thinks
No, you're the most prolific streamer on the planet. Don't you remember?
I have some kind of pull and clout at YouTube to get his channel banned. Or, excuse me, to get his channel pulled from the partner program, okay? So he has this weird, obsessive grudge against me. So now he says he's going to sue me, okay?
Yeah, that sounds
For
about
what,
right.
he still hasn't made clear. There's in the video, you can watch this 13-minute rant of a video. It's not coherent enough to even understand, like, what he's saying and why he thinks
What do
he
you
can
mean
sue me,
coherent?
right? So it's very confusing.
Power sip.
Where I left it was this. Don't sue me, because if you do, I have grounds not only to
Well, Phil hit his
dismiss that.
King Street goal for today.
He missed it?
No, he hit it.
Oh, God damn it.
There's no grounds for it, but I can
That sucks.
countersue you. Because you outright have all these statements in the video that you made about me.
You would
You
think
even
the
have
guy who
statements,
invented Coach Kawa would have some sort of pull.
defamatory statements,
You're not wrong,
or
Lynn.
slander statements, whichever it is, libel, right? On his fundraiser page about me. He outright says that I've done things that I literally did not do, and he has no
Sure.
evidence to that, but it has it stated on his fundraiser page. So he's actually raising funds over a false premise, which is hilarious because that probably also violates the rules of the
Pretense.
fundraiser page
Yeah.
as well. So, I mean, this guy just says he's all over the place. He's got no leg to stand on anywhere, okay?
Stop!
So during my
You
day
violated
off,
the law.
One of my moderators actually contacted me and said, hey, are you aware that he went on someone else's show and went on this like crazy 2.5 hour long interview with this guy about this? Of course I'm not aware. It's my day off. I don't have time to waste on
Oh,
this
someone hit it with an $100 anonymous. Of course they did. Dear God.
right? And so apparently
I'm not
this super crazy
surprised.
guy. Again, if you're going to sue someone, probably the best number one piece of advice a lawyer would give you, don't talk about it publicly, right? If you're going to sue someone, do it behind the scenes, get your legal case together, and do it properly, because everything you
Yeah, Rist, I did hear about that. That is a massive L. That $10 I gave him is gone.
say on the internet can be used against you in a court of law. So every time he speaks publicly about it, he's just shooting himself in the foot, but he thinks that it's helping his case. But what it really is, he likes the attention. He knew if he
Oh my God.
he made that
Oh, hi there, Kettle. Name's Potts. Have we met?
Have we met?
video, he'd probably get some attention. He did, because I
that's
talked about it on the
pretty
show.
rich.
So now he thinks, now's my chance to go out there. I'm going to be interviewed, and I'm going to be a star on the internet, the man who's going to sue Darkside Phil, right? So
That's
he goes on
not
the
the
show.
intention.
No, not at all. But you know what?
All I can taste is salt.
It's salt.
And basically, for 2.5 hours, he has a conversation with this guy who's called Pescatore, I guess. I don't.
Big
Pescatore.
up,
Pescatore.
Pescatore.
Hey, mamma mia, it's Pescatore.
If you're still in
I'm
here.
gonna bring on the super crazy.
Yeah, if you're still in here, big ups to you, bud.
don't know who he is. I've never heard of him.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
know.
a
I
chill
don't know
guy.
if he's a detractor of mine or not. I have no idea. But during the show, super crazy.
You know who
said some of
Pescatore
the
is, or
dumbest things you
Pescatore
could
is.
Possibly do.
Yeah, you
Yes.
kind of introduced me to him, so I'm still catching up on his stuff.
You actually are thinking of suing
Yeah,
someone.
used to work for Keemstar and used to work with Gundam. So
Yep,
that's his.
yep.
That's his resume essentially.
Which, by the way, I will fangirl all over the fact of Gundam. That dude just cracks me up in a special way.
Okay, so here's the show. And we have a couple clips that I'm going to play.
Pescatrol?
Some highlights from the
Control.
show
There you go.
that are going to showcase some of the things he said.
Fucking that word.
And let this be a 100% case, public case and example. If you're actually planning on suing someone, do
Oh
not
my
do what this
God.
man has done, because he has self-destroyed himself multiple times.
Self-destroyed himself.
Also, Phil, fun fact, you talking about a lawyer, what a lawyer would tell you. Didn't you say a lawyer told you not to talk about WWE Champions, and then all of a sudden you started playing WWE Champions for 3 nights in a row?
Yeah,
I thought you-
is true. That is true.
Yeah, I thought you weren't supposed to talk about it, Philbert.
in this interview. And I'm just going to show you 2 instances where he did this. I'm not going to show you more because there's more, but I'm going to show you the 2 instances.
Oh, by
where
the
he did
way,
this.
Go with it.
By the way, here's the thing. I hadn't watched it, but I have 2 instances in this interview. 2 instances. So you did watch it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
Why do you have it time-stamped?
If you haven't watched it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Unless someone told him about it and sent him the time links, which, knowing Phil would have watched it.
Yes, exactly. Because otherwise he wouldn't want to get caught by something that makes him uncomfortable.
Destroyed any chance he ever had of having a case against me. Okay? By the way, I still don't know what the case is. I'm still lost. All right?
What a
here we go.
surprise.
First of
Phil's
all,
lost.
We have this highlight. I think this is it. Let me make sure. We'll go full screen. I guess that they literally opened up a PowerPoint presentation discussing how a court case goes. This is fascinating. Okay?
Actually,
what are you talking about?
So the reason why he brought it up, though, because what Pescatore wanted to do here, he wanted to see if Super Crazy knew his stuff about it, just to be safe with it. This is kind of like a recap of what will happen, but it's also kind of like letting Super Crazy know, hey, this is exactly what's going to happen if you go through with it.
Yeah. Plus, you want to let the audience know about the whole ordeal as well.
Yep.
So again, what's the problem?
Yeah, and I find this stuff fascinating. So
I think because they opened up a PowerPoint doc on how court cases go, that now he has a case against me because they
look at this.
Okay? Everyone knows that once you open up a PowerPoint, that's it for the other party, man. They have no chance.
Oh my God, shut up, Phil.
Things are starting to get a little weird, don't you think? Anyway, so let's have a little here. So this is Super Crazy talking to Pescatore, and it's going back and forth. And
Pescatore.
I think this is the moment. Let's listen in.
For the record, the only way this would get settled without me going through with what I'm doing is, look, if he wants to offer me some kind of shit out of court, whatever, as they say, you have to refund every single person that's contributed, and then you have to make me whole as well, and we'll drop it, man. But you'd have to talk to me for that. You'd have to invite me on. I'll go onto your stream. We don't even have to be in a neutral place. I'll go to your stream.
That's not how that works.
And I'm gonna grill you, man.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'll drop this, Phil. But you have to admit 3 things, buddy. You have to admit WWE Champions is true. It's your account. You have to show your fucking.
The audio's too low. I thought so. I don't know why.
Of course.
Their stream volume was so low when they did this stream. So I guess I'm gonna try to like massively pump the volume, and I'll go back.
Oh God.
Their entire stream volume is so low you can barely hear it. So let me go back a little bit. Let's go back like 30 seconds.
Dude, yeah, Arkham, he did. He got his pack smoked.
Shit out of court, whatever.
What up, Arkham?
Hold on. Let's go back a little bit.
Oh
Okay.
my
Or is it just fuck
God.
this? We're going to the mattresses. You're done with it.
No, I would talk to him if he wanted me on stream, but he has to understand, with all due respect to Keemstar and to Null and to whoever else he's talking to, I know the day-to-day shit, bro. You're not gonna hoodwink me. You're not gonna pull this bullshit on me. I know the lore, man. I know everything that goes on. I've been here. I've been watching. I would speak to him. And for the record, the only way this would get settled without me going through with what I'm doing is, look, if he wants to offer me some kind of shit out of court, whatever, as they say, you have to refund every single person that's contributed, and then
Yeah, I wish I would have heard this prior to giving the $10.
You have to make me whole as well, and we'll drop it, man. But you'd have to talk to me for that. You'd have to invite me on. I'll go onto your stream. We don't even have to be in a neutral place. I'll go to your stream, and I'm gonna grill you, man. And I'm gonna tell you, I'll drop this, Phil. But you have to admit 3 things, buddy. You have to admit WWE Champions is true. It's your account. You have to show your fucking account. That's number 1. Number 2, you have to admit you've been feigning distress for years, and he's partially kind of admitted it, but he's kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge type thing. He's admitting it.
Yeah.
He's been feigning fucking distress for. There's so much proof of it. Like, why are you? And then the third would be the bankruptcy fraud. And even if he doesn't want to say he committed bankruptcy fraud, maybe the judge or the attorney for him fudges the numbers a little bit. I can understand that, bro. But 3 perfect examples off the top of my head if he would have to come out and admit to, cop to, and then say, yeah, I struck you. I did it because you hurt my feelings. You made a video about my fundraisers that I did. Next day, he literally flew across the country and got married after holding one of his fundraisers.
I bet you he just saw.
So anyway, and then they continue on. So
okay, so before he goes on, the whole thing, I get what Super Crazy is trying to do here. Like, he is standing true to his conviction with this, but the problem, here's the problem I'm seeing with this. I didn't notice until now. Here's a problem. The way that he's coming across this doesn't come across something as professional. It comes across as someone that holds a grudge and will do whatever it takes for that grudge to be absolved or actually just finished, essentially.
Right. And so when the whole aspect of I would talk to you and we could drop it and we would talk, if you're going to actually levy suit against somebody, there's no, then you've already exhausted those measures. I mean, for the most part, you would then engage in the suit. And then if they said afterwards, hey, okay, you've served me with papers, let's talk about this. You would talk about it with them there. Again, kind of as he was saying, oh, you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to make me whole. You're going to have to this. You're going to have to that. Kind of gave me some almost kind of gave me some Phil energy there, because
Yeah.
it gave me this notion of, I think I know how a suit would play out. Now, I don't know how suits play out. I've never been involved in a suit. I have not been sued many times, and I loved every second of it. No, but I have been. I've been part of criminal cases as a testifying witness, obviously, in law enforcement and all that jazz. And everything is very controlled. Everything is very, not behind the scenes, but it's either lawyer to lawyer, or it's done through motions, or it's done through paperwork and all that stuff. And so this energy of, you would have to do these things and I want you to do these things. It's just kind of like, maybe don't say that type of stuff, because you don't even know what you're even eligible to get.
Yeah, and the whole thing with him saying that it's like, I want to talk to you, Phil. I'm going to grill you. Like, it's like, no. That's just arrogance at this point. It's arrogance saying that you're better than Phil is, when in reality, no, you could just say this. You could word this correctly by saying like, hey, Phil, I want to have a conversation with you. I don't we can go on your stream. I just want to have a conversation. I just want to learn some things about you. Like, I want to know some information. Well, not go into detail what that information is.
Yeah, the other thing that to go with it on this play, and this is a critique that Phil has on him already, is that he's raising this money and that money's going to be gone, and he never has to use it, and blah blah blah. So if you're going to make a public statement such as this, like, I will go and I'll talk with Phil, it would be something to the effect of as well, if Phil and I can get through this and we can have a conversation and we can do this without the courts, and it doesn't cost me that $10,000 or however much money I've raised, I'll give that money back. I'll figure out what the fucking percentage cut was that whatever, person that I used took, and I'll be like, okay, so you gave me $10. It was, let's say 10%. So you're entitled to $9. I'd give Broside Phil $9 back, but kind of like a good faith of, look, this is not for shenanigans. This is literally to the ends to justify the means, or to get to an end. But if we get to that end without needing the money, then I'll relinquish the money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He just said, if he doesn't realize, all right, 'cause he probably doesn't, because that doesn't sound very smart.
Jesus Christ, Phil.
It's literally disqualified him from any chance of ever having any kind of court case against me. Did you hear what he just said? He said, I would consider canceling this whole lawsuit against Phil if he has me on his show, and if he admits such and such and such. Okay? That's extortion.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. That is not extortion.
No.
No,
that's a settlement deal.
Yeah, that's pretty much it's a plea deal, essentially.
Well, kind of, yeah, but let me get the actual. I know what it is. So, yeah, so it's force or threat of force. Extortion would be, I'm literally going to harm your family.
Basically,
right? Yeah, like extortion would be like, I'm going to dox where your wife works. I'm going to dox where you live. I'm going to dox everything. All these locations that you go to, I'm going to show off that information if I don't get what I want.
Yeah.
That's extortion.
Practice of attaining something, especially money, through force of threats.
But the thing is that Phil is taking the threat of a lawsuit as an actual criminal threat, which it is not. It is the threat of action, which is not something that is directly levied towards him. It is not a threat of force, nor is it a threat of impact to him. It is just, I am going to go exercise my use of this channel that I have available to me. So
yeah, and it's usually with the form of money too. But then again, it's not most likely when you think of extortion, it's just money. That's where it's immediately going to. But extortion could be anything: pieces of information. It could be a deed to a house, any physical media. Anything, including, and money is the most that people seem to go to, or in some cases, embezzlement, which is a business extortion.
Yeah, embezzlement. Well, embezzlement, moving money. Yeah, moving money, or stealing money via cooking the books, or not not accurately reporting where money is supposed to go while keeping it yourself, or moving it to another location, something like that. Oh, and I missed the damn button. Damn it.
Saying, I'm going to issue a frivolous lawsuit against you to waste your time, to waste your money, to cause you stress, and to hurt you, unless you do these certain criteria special for me.
Yeah,
it's the
that's
equivalent
pre-settled.
of blackmail or extortion.
No, it's not.
And he
no,
literally
it's not.
just publicly said it.
It's not even blackmail either.
Yeah, it's not. It's neither of those things. Phil doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh my God, guys. It's like the first time ever Phil is talking about something he doesn't understand. Can you believe it?
Do you understand why if you're going to have a lawsuit against one, you should never speak publicly like this ever?
So now the moment
Why?
if he actually did file suit against me, the moment that we got to, okay, everyone, let's get together, this is the very first piece that I would present before it went to court. The judge would see this video. And
No, you would show it to your lawyer. Your lawyer would pull you off to the side and say, are you paying me money? You are? Okay. When I don't show this, shut the fuck up. Okay, because you don't know what you're talking about.
would say, so you have a grudge against Phil and you're extorting him with this lawsuit, case dismissed.
No, it wouldn't.
No.
First of all,
it's not even male.
Well, yeah, first of all, it's not that's not how that would happen. Second of all, even if it was the way that would happen, the way it would happen is something to the effect of, are you sure you want to put this into open court? Yep. And if it was extortion, which is a criminal offense, then you could levy criminal charges. That's not a civil offense.
But also at that point, it's like he's trying to extort me. It's like, do you have any proof that he's extorting you?
Yeah, and he'd show him this video.
And the judge would just look at him. It's like, are you sure this is the actual evidence? Are you sure? Where's the actual evidence? And his lawyer would probably be slamming his head on his on the table, like, fuck.
Yep.
What are you even talking about? Right? Like what?
I hate
Why would you
lawyer
go on the
side
show
Phil.
and say that?
I
You know what I'm
hate
saying?
lawyer
Like,
side
it's
Phil.
such an ultimate self-ownage,
Better call
self-filter,
Phil.
right?
We need
To go on a
for
show and
this.
say, well, I would just dismiss this whole frivolous suit that I have because I just really want attention. I want to go on his show and have him publicly bow to me and admit a bunch of shit. So that's what it is. You
No,
know
it's
that
do
you
you
don't
know?
actually have legal grounds to do anything. You just
God,
want to
he's
annoy
a
me with a
fucking
lawsuit,
idiot.
and now you're threatening to make it go away unless I do things for you. That's illegal. You
No,
understand what
it's
you
not.
literally just did? You just did something illegal.
No, he didn't. You are a fucking idiot.
You tried to extort me publicly on the internet.
Oh my god.
And I have
This
the evidence
is-
right here. It's in this video.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this shit works.
That's not how the law works.
And I just played it on
So
my
you
show.
hear
So
Chewbacca going, "Meh." "Oh, you're a lawyer now?"
even if this guy deletes the video, it's still documented.
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's continue because, ladies and gentlemen, that's not even the end of it. I have a little clip to play you guys from the very same show. This is later on in the show. Let's listen to this one.
Oh dear
A
god.
ton of videos about this guy. I have slandered him. I can publicly admit it.
This kills him. This
Yep.
actually kills him.
And it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you're saying it jokingly, and it doesn't matter what tone you're saying this in. This immediately just takes your case, and it's like, okay, what, that case?
But now it doesn't necessarily kill the claim of his video being taken down inappropriately and him abusing DMCA in that regard. However, it does massively hurt his credibility because now Phil can say he will slander me, he will say false things about me, he will say this and say that. So now basically he's placed the burden of proof upon himself, which he should have anyway as the filing party. But it's going to put even more, it's going to dampen his credibility, which is never good.
You know what? Fair point, Sci-Fi. If he thinks this is extortion, why isn't he taking it to the police? Because they don't cover anything like this. They cover just sex and human trafficking.
Yeah, that's all they do. They only cover human trafficking. No, we do that all the time.
Slandering, but it's for cause, man. It's just cause.
I don't even have to go further. Did you hear what he just said? That's super crazy. He says, I have made a ton of videos about this guy. I have slandered him.
Yes.
But it's slander
Yes.
for a good cause, a just cause. He just publicly admitted to multiple crimes against me because he says, I've made a ton of videos. So he's made a ton. Oh, you guys couldn't hear it? Okay, hold on. What is it? To go back 10 seconds, Jay? We'll go back 20 seconds, okay? And I'll make it louder. Because some people said they couldn't hear it. Yeah, I know. Their video, again, ready?
He just read it out.
No, I was
And
just
then
trying
he
to
was
use
like, "Oh,
bigger
I feel
names as
bad for this guy."
examples.
It's clown shoes.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good, man. Like I said, if he wants to talk to me, I will talk to him. I've made a ton of videos about this guy. I have slandered him. I can publicly admit it. I
Kilo,
slandered him,
stop
but
whining.
it's for cause, man. It's just cause.
And he's pointing at the video.
Yeah.
I know. Why are you pointing, Phil Bird?
He's
Because
pointing
he's
at it going. He's pointing at it going. He's like, see, look, he has no. I have a case against him.
Okay,
I can counter sue him for slander.
And I actually
Okay,
don't... Go ahead.
but chat is not in the same room as him. What's the point of pointing if nobody's there but himself?
Oh, because he's Phil. In terms of what,
He's just-
Excalibur, you're
that's
saying
all.
multiple crimes. That also hits me with, and I don't actually. Is it just a tort or bad action? I don't think civil versus civil, so person versus person suit is classified. Well, it's not classified as criminal court. It's classified as civil court. But I know it's not a criminal element. So yeah. Oh, multiple crimes. No, it's not crimes. It's they wrongdoing at best.
I've made a ton of videos about this guy, and it's all slander. I have slandered him, but it's for a cause. It's a just cause. He literally admits to a crime on this interview. He admits he'll make it all go away if I have him on my show and give him a venue to talk and get attention. So that's what it's all about. He literally just twice admitted, first he extorted me. He's trying to blackmail me.
God, this bothers me so much when he talks like he's such an authority on this shit.
To being on my show. And then he admits that he committed crimes against me. I mean,
What
again,
crime?
guys, did I not say?
Civil wrongdoing at best.
All this will come to fruition. All the karma will swing back, and I don't have to lift a finger. I didn't tell the guy to go on this show. I advised against it. Do you remember the other day when we covered this?
No, you didn't.
I advised this guy, if he's going to do a lawsuit, he's quiet. He just stays quiet. And he just does what he needs to do, but I advise he cancels it because he has no case. Instead, he went on a show and completely destroyed any argument he had. He has literally no case against me because twice in here he has admitted to extortion, blackmail, and slander.
It's not extortion.
Either.
It's not.
Also, Phil, here's the thing with that. The reason why Pescator wanted him on is because he was curious to see if he was actually going to stick by his conviction. That's the reason why Super Crazy was on during Pescator's show. That's the reason why.
I mean, and in all honesty here, I mean, if we're talking about the level of extortion that he's talking about, how simplistically he's making it, guys, I'm gonna have to just like nix this game if we don't hit the tier 1 tips goal. Well, by your definition there, Phil, that would be extortion.
Yeah, better yet, it's like, if you don't give me my money, I'll turn off my camera. We could say that's extortion.
Technically speaking, I mean, if he's using his own definition, yes. But he's not going to use his own definition.
Judge in their right mind will say, I like this case. This sounds like a slam dunk. Right? So anyway, now we know what it's all about. It's not about that he actually thinks that this is going to get me to change for the better. He's some kind of a
He is the very definition of a Dunning-Kruger effect. Like he is Dunning-Kruger himself. He
pig power.
Yeah, he knows more about everything than anyone, and he is absolutely confident he knows more about everything than anyone.
Crusader for good. No, he wants to be on my show. He wants to be the detractor that got on the Level 1 podcast, and the king bent the knee to Super Crazy.
So just shut the fuck up about that.
No.
I know. It's cringe as
You're
fuck.
never going to be on this
It's
show.
It's cringe and
You're
arrogance.
delusional.
Yeah.
Your name is Super.
The whole thing with Phil, though, saying that, he wants to be on my show, and that's what Phil, he just said that's a pre-settlement. It's like, in order for this, we can actually make a deal here. Hey, if I'm on your show, let's have a conversation and actually provide the evidence that you want. And you're not going to provide that evidence, guess what? It's going to get pushed through.
There you go.
Super Crazy. We need to get you a jacket because you're a harm to yourself and others around you. It's pretty obvious at this point. Your behavior is not rational. I mean, it's either incredible stupidity, which I would hope it's not. I would hope there's something else going on there. Maybe it really is just incredible
stupidity. Immediately go straight into this guy has mental problems.
Yeah, like he always does, because I don't know. Man can't defend himself to save his life.
It's even more hilarious, though. He wants to detractors are autistic. Meanwhile, let's go back to the Joon the King documentary, shall we? Where he brings up the anonymous fan's like, yeah, I have autism.
I have autism.
This guy's autism as well.
Man, you're dumb. Like what you just did. This is
the protection is strong.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Thing you should have done is go on to this guy's show. And by the way, what's hilarious about this is all you need to do is scroll down to the comments on the show. And I swear to you,
big ups to Enshuri Misera with the. I'm not sure what that is, but
I see it too.
I'm not sure what that denomination is, but no matter what, it's appreciated. Thank you very much.
40 currency.
Yes, 40 in currency. Turns out to. I don't know, but whatever. It's appreciated. Thank you. Much appreciated.
I didn't filter these comments. I just clicked on the ones that were available. First comment. Man, this is just my opinion, but Super Crazy lost the fucking plot. I was under the assumption detracting for TSP was something we did for fun and to laugh at Phil, right? In the beginning, he said something like, if you're just going to trash on me and lie about it, I'm not going to take that shit. Other people might, but fuck that. Bro, Phil lies. Every detractor knows this.
Oh, yeah. No, big ups to Nugs on this one.
Plenty of other detractors have gotten struck and subsequently reinstated. Funnily enough, not a single one of them ever begged people to donate a total of $10,000 for a frivolous lawsuit. They call it a lawsuit, by the way, against Phil. I can think of one other person who said they were going to sue Phil, Pasta Miller. That went well for him, right? I don't even know who that is.
I don't know who Pasta Miller is, not going to lie.
Rebsi, do you want to take over?
What?
Rebsi, do you want to take over who Pasta Miller is?
Oh, Pastor
I'll
Miller.
let you.
Okay, Pasta.
The question is Indian rubles.
Thank you. But do you know who Pasta Miller is?
I heard of him, and I heard about the crazy nonsense he's been getting himself involved.
Yeah, So it had to do with someone with the detractors. Apparently, he had like a big beef with like most of some of the detractors in the community, though.
Yes.
Chill has some ideas about who he is, and also Sly has some idea who he is. Duty too, and Snort Hogan. They all have like a. They have like a. I'm trying to think of the right word for it. They have a play with Pastor Miller. Yeah, Pastor Miller, Pastor Derek Miller. They like to call him.
Okay, I'll have to give it some research, I guess.
I've never heard of Pasta Miller
He's
until
right. He's right, nerd.
This very moment. Continuing on, I can tell Josh is trying to help the guy out by managing his expectations about the legal process, but it doesn't seem like he wanted the advice. His mind was already set on going forward with a lawsuit. I do believe him about being wronged by Phil, but I don't think he has enough hard or conclusive evidence for a case. I'm not a lawyer, but even I could tell that this case will either get thrown out or Super Crazy could lose everything with a countersuit. It would be different if Phil sued him, but that's not the case. That's right, because if Super Crazy tries to sue me and it doesn't go through, I have means to file a countersuit. And I have outright evidence of him saying that he slandered me. So I would win the countersuit. And since Super Crazy has no money, that's why he has to do a fundraiser. It means that basically for the rest of his life, every single time he earned a wage or paycheck, I'd get garnishment from that. I want you to think about
How do you know?
This man is going to dig himself such a deep hole. He's already obsessed with me and he hates me. Every single dollar he makes for the rest of his life, he's going to have to pay some of it to me. He's going to see a garnishment on every single pay stub where his money is going into my coffers.
And I hate that he uses the word coffers. It's
getting great.
It's really getting annoying.
To my taxes. This guy is nuts.
To your taxes. Okay. Nugs is Phil approved.
We could keep going, but there's no point. We go to all comments, but they're all kind of the same. So
the Nugs of truth.
I think case closed. At this point, is there even another reason to address this man? I don't think so. Right? At this point, I think we've now talked about it enough where we realize this guy, he's pretty either stupid, nuts, or both. And that's not slander. That's observations from facts that we've seen on the stream. This is not, Phil's just saying shit.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, but anything that we say about him, we're fucking mentally deranged, right?
This is from us actually looking at what he said and done. His actions betray logic. So he's either really dumb or he's crazy. Super crazy.
Back to the fever dream.
Super crazy. Everyone jacket him up. Get those arms attached. Make sure he doesn't hurt himself or anyone around him with his crazy unhinged actions and his insane irrational thoughts that he's spewing all over the internet.
Like you.
Jacket the crazies, man. That's all I have to say about that. All right, so I guess that's it for that, right? Like I said, with Duty, we flushed the Duty. He's done. With Super Crazy, I think we jacked the crazy at this point. So that's that. Now, if by any insane chance this guy wildly tries to actually hit me with like a lawsuit, you'll know about it. And yes, I'm going to be coming to you guys for help. I don't.
God, of course you are.
Oh, by the way. Super Crazy is broke. Also, Phil, guys, I'm going to need your help to cover this.
Exactly.
I don't want to make this about money, but also give me money.
Have insane amounts of savings to finance a defense in court. I'm just starting to make money now, no lie, this month since you guys have started to come support me in droves. This is the first time I've had the ability to even do anything for myself.
Yeah, now that I'm first place in WWE Champions, I don't need to spend as much.
I don't want to make this about money, but also give me money.
Very long time.
Also, so I can actually talk about WWE Champions on my own stream and play the game. Yeah, not about money.
Yes,
I would be having to come and look for help because I'm being attacked by some crazy person who thinks that frivolous lawsuits are a good idea. It's not going to go well for him if he tries. Trust me. All right.
Yeah, but you're the one that wants to sue all the detractors if you could.
Hope that this guy, either comes to his senses or someone talks him down off the ledge. You know what I'm saying? If you know this guy, if someone is a friend of Super Crazy in real life, or maybe you're a detractor in the same circles as him, you got to talk this guy down off the ledge. I have never hit a single one of my detractors with a lawsuit or anything frivolous like this because I know how.
Yeah, because you can't afford it, you fucking broke bitch.
But yet you talk the big talk about how you want to do it.
Yep.
Again, in the world where everyone takes an eye for an eye, we all go blind.
This coming from the dude who's like, the reason I'm going so hard after Rich is because how hard he went after me. You have to understand, I suffered, and now it's my turn. Now it's my turn to go after you. This motherfucker just said...
like this because I know how stupid it is. Again, in the world where everyone takes an eye for an eye, we all go blind.
Fuck you, Phil.
We all want to make content on YouTube. We all want to be able to keep being who we are and liking what we do. If you start doing shit like this, you're going to destroy the system for everyone. You understand that? He doesn't get that. He's dense. So he needs a talking to. I don't know who needs to talk to him, but obviously he's not going to listen to me. He wants to come on my podcast. He's never coming on my show because he's extorting me to do it.
Wouldn't court costs fall under business expenses?
No. Sorry. But someone needs to help this man. Okay? Okay. I'm done talking about him now. Like, literally, I have nothing else to say. So we're done with that. And that's the end of that discussion, thankfully. Because I don't like wasting time on stupidity.
It's just because your honor, he plays WWE Champions.
Did he just fucking make fun of the fact that Super Crazy has a bit of a stutter?
Yep.
Fuck you. That's all I gotta say.
Dude,
Retarded
what?
with the speech impediment. Yeah, that's Phil.
Bro, see, this is why I don't have an issue body shaming him after he purports to be a badass, after he purports to be a good guy, and he makes fun of people's speech impediments and tells people that people with autism are fucking dangerous to society and should be locked up. And that no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, you know, this guy is, you know, he's autistic, so he hyper focuses on things. That's what they do, not what they do, and they should be medically what was it, medically fucking cared for or something.
Dad be taken straight to the psych ward in the straitjacket.
Yeah, I am not a fan of Phil. This is fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
36
Again,
lawn
what
wipes his trailer, man.
judge would look at something like this and be like, "Oh, this sounds like a good proper legal suit that should go through." I mean, again, I hate to say it, I do feel like sadly there are probably some lawyers out there who would take the case. You know what I'm saying? There are some lawyers who will.
He is a bully.
Say, "I'll just take your money."
Down his.
You know, why wouldn't they? Again, a fool is quickly parted from his money, and if
oh my god, how do you keep doing this for me?
Also,
Hi there, Kettle. Name's Pot. Have we met?
imagine Phil is going to bad, gone forever.
I think, oh yeah, I'm gonna win this suit. I'm gonna get Phil. I'm gonna be famous for doing it. He's gonna lose his money, and it's even sadder. It's not even his money. It's other people's money. He's doing a fundraiser for it. It's not even like, here's my investment into this. Here's my blood, sweat, and tears. He's literally expecting other people to pitch in for his frivolous lawsuit so he can become internet famous.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with his ass for the day. Luckily, that's the end of the stream, it sounds like.
Yeah. This whole entire thing of Phil, though. He wants to mock all the other detractors, and then all of a sudden, in the same breath, oh, Super Crazy's broke. Oh, by the way, I'm broke. I need money.
I can't fucking stand this dude. That was fucked up. Oh yeah, he's not going to invest any of his money. Hey guys, I have bills coming up. I have 2 big bills coming next week, and what am I supposed to do? I guess lunch meat sandwiches. But anyway, wanted to go ahead and throw that one in there, just kind of as a bonus to y'all. Which corner though, Hrist? Because he looks like he might be looking straight ahead and slightly down at the same time. I can't really tell. Since we're making fun of fucking physical ailments here, which.
Oh, here, I'm gonna link this to you if you want to redirect to somebody. He's still streaming. He's still going.
Yeah. Let me get into my edits here real quick. Okay, who am I sending them to? By the name
Brand Dude.
Oh, Brand Dude. Yeah, I know who Brand Dude is. Come on now, I'm part of his fucking server.
Yeah, let's send him over. Let's send him right over to Brand Dude.
Let's raid Brand Dude. Let's raid Brand Dude. Give me a second to
let's
make
see
the
who
edit
else
here real
is
quick.
streaming.
And again, thank you guys for dealing with us and all that jazz. Where the fuck is it? Is it customization? Yes, it is in customization. There it is. Raw fill, duty. Fine, I'm gonna find Brand Dude then. Brand Dude. There he is. DSP documentary. I'm sending y'all.
Brand Dude.
Granddad. Well,
Dude, Brand.
I mean, technically, Veega, it's your stream, so I mean, I was gonna go ahead and send him over there, but I mean, technically, it's your stream.
Yeah, that's actually what I was gonna do anyway. So yeah, engage. Send him over to Brand Dude. Tell him Canada is weird.
Canada is weird. Okay, we'll tell him Canada is
Canadian
weird.
or Canada. Yeah, actually spelled like exactly that. Canada, not Canada. Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Are you there? Are you there, God? It's me, Phil. I need money. Hey, Krusty Penis. Big ups to you too.
Yeah, Krusty Penis.
No, Penix. PNX. Penix. Yeah, Krusty Penix. All right. Well, Veega, thanks for inviting us, and then thank you for letting me take over your stream.
Not a problem. Oh, by the way, 1.5 chubbiness.
1.5. I'm finding that again. I may have to clip that one.
What was no? If you check your server, Nugs took care of that.
Nugs took care of it.
Yeah, Nugs clipped it. Hang on.
Oh,
Nice.
Is it in general?
It's in general.
Okay, I'm gonna take a look for it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Nugs. All right. Well, until next time, which is probably Tuesday, so tomorrow.
Yep.
And who knows what it'll be? It could be for you. It could be nothing. I don't know. So as the goal for a Joe, lift heavy, eat clean. Veega, Rebsi, got anything else?
Just stay seething. And also, if we're gonna do more of this, like his react to it, I think the best thing to do is have it on your channel again. Just to be safe.
Yeah, probably. Until
That's the best thing to
most likely.
Yeah.
Best thing to probably do would be like on a Saturday to be safe.
Agreed. All right, guys. Well, tell